Let me see. Hey everyone. StreamYard always lags a bit. So I'm waiting. I should have got on later because I like to get on when the girls should be asleep. And I'm full. It said peace and agreed. Hey. Hey Tyra. Hey Khadijah. Hey Sai. Look. Hey Jamil, yes, you made it. You made it, but I'm regretting my decision. I looked at the time. I was like, I should have went live at 11 or 10. Too many of the girls are still awake or not yet in bed yet for work. Hey Leah, yeah, you early. I be hating when like y'all be coming late, like after we discussed all the good stuff. But wait, let me come. I'm gonna bring my supplies, okay? Y'all need to get y'all some gloves again. Get you some gloves. Get you some wipes and get you some hand sanitizer, okay? Said nah. Wait. Wait, Sai, did you say about the work tea? How do you pronounce your name? Is it Adira? Adira? Hey. Sorry. It said the Kayla saga continues. I don't know if she's pulling up today. Monkeypox is real. People are getting monkeypox, okay? They're getting it. Tyra, get you some Lysol your seat. Wear some gloves. Don't shake nobody's hand. And wear a mask. Wear a mask. Yes. Monkeypox is here. Oh, Adia. Okay, Adia. Okay, let me show you the TikTok of monkeypox. How am I feeling? I'm feeling all over the place. It said, do not wait, Kayla. No, Kayla. I said Kayla. Sai, how did you say monkeypox is real and don't do vabbing? How did those connect? Not the chef kiss. I'm a show. Whoa, dang, I didn't save it. I saw a monkeypox TikTok, like, oh, I could just Google it. Duh. I mean, I could search it. We don't even have to get into vabbing. There is a vaccine. Exactly. There's a vaccine and it needs to start rolling out in mass because I will get that vaccine too. Oh, I should not even look this up. It's so gross. Okay. Here's the person. Here's the person who got monkeypox that I saw on TikTok.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here in the hospital, and as you can see, shit is on my face. What did it look like? Monkeypox. I have pink eye, as I've been told, Monday, and then I want to say Wednesday, I started breaking out. And when I started breaking out on Wednesday,
I'm like trying to get
here. That shit is right here. Also on this finger, and also like if you look on the inside right there, my hand is ashy because I keep washing them. But yeah, this shit is no joke, and it's painful. My lymph nodes were swollen. It's on my legs, it's on my arms. They've been keeping me medicated, as you can see. When pain do occur, these were swollen, but not anymore. Swelling went down.
This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. That's monkeypox. It's really the end of the world. But this is why I say get gloves, because I started a job. I started a front desk job, right? But I don't have an official schedule yet. So I'm going to be touching packages and I'm going to be touching pens. So I'm wearing gloves at all times. I'm thinking about getting a face shield. I wear a mask all the time. My first day on the front desk, nobody in the building wears masks. People be walking in and out the building with no mask. I still I have yet to walk around a inside building with no mask on since the virus COVID has started. That's just me being me personally. I've been vaxxed with 3 shots and I've still been the reason why I've been so cautious is because last December Christmas when Omicron came out and I decided to stay home while a lot of people went to family gatherings, and the fact that almost everybody who went on some sort of holiday trip came back with COVID and had never gotten COVID, I said, oh, I said, oh, like I was scared. Now I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere because you never know when you're going to get hit up. And the thing is, it wasn't like, oh, only unvaccinated people were getting COVID or Omicron COVID. Everybody was getting Omicron. So ever since then, I'm too scared to like, I'm too scared. I never want to get on this here camera and say I got COVID. Like, I'm still no. And then if I was to get monkeypox, no, no, that's I would be pissed off. Y'all got it at prom. You see, and this is the thing. A lot of people don't talk about when they get COVID anymore. Before, people would talk about it. But now on Twitter, like I'll just be scrolling and I'll see my mutuals, like they wouldn't post about having COVID, but they'll reply to something being like, oh yeah, I'm sick home from COVID, girl. And I'm like, and so I would see that and I would be like, you see, people are still getting it, but they're not talking about it the way they were. I said monkeypox even sounds scary. It does. Because at first it was like, oh, whatever, like it was like, oh, like something called monkeypox is out here. And now the girls are in the hospital. People be yes, people be having COVID on the low. There's a huge surge of what in California? But this is the thing. Oh, I don't even know if I should show y'all this because I don't want nobody to be like, oh, you're hoarding tests. But I got these sent to me. I got these and I got these. Okay. How many is this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I have 12 COVID tests. And I don't even be leaving the house like that. My thing is, I'm still very confused with the asymptomatic COVID because I probably could have had asymptomatic COVID, but how was I ever supposed to know? Because it was asymptomatic. So, because COVID could be asymptomatic, that means everybody should just be getting tested every 2 weeks just to make sure you don't got asymptomatic COVID. But that's unrealistic. Ooh. And USPS needs to start sending out monkeypox tests, like whatever that looks like, not COVID. Okay, wait. One scientist on TikTok said we need to be very worried about COVID and monkeypox muting together. This is when, oh shit, this is insane. What? Yes, let me show y'all my mask. I need to get more masks. COVID box is crazy. It is. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. The chat is moving a little too fast. You haven't heard of monkeypox? Um, Let me show you my mask. Okay, this is not enough masks for me. I need to get more, and I've been using. I use masks daily, so I need to get more. These I got these from my supermarket. They used to be two for $4. I need to. You know what? I might go up. If I don't, if I end this live at a reasonable time, I'm hitting up the grocery store to get some more masks. Then I ordered these. These are black ones because I was like, I need to have black ones. Um, these are KN95. I got these from Bonafide Masks. They delivered it to my mailbox. I ordered it. You need your mask. You need your mask. It's getting real. It's getting real. If y'all ever see me, and this is the thing that is so weird. If y'all ever see me and we was to take a picture together, I'm keeping on my mask, or else we're gonna have to distance ourselves. I don't understand why people be having on masks and then they take a picture and they pull down the mask. You are exposing yourself. I don't understand. I don't understand. Masks need to be free, period. Because my hesitance on even my hesitance like a couple of months ago from even buying masks was because they should have been free. And I was like, oh, I don't want to buy more masks because I'm waiting for them to be like, oh, you could pick up free masks, okay? And then, so there are free masks in the library. Go to your library. There probably are free masks there and free COVID tests. When I went to the library a couple months ago, I'm screaming because I feel like when I'm screaming, it's like everybody could hear me as if like whatever. So let me relax. I went to the library to get a library card and I saw that there were free masks and free COVID tests. So check your library if you want a mask. CVS, depending on the CVS, might be giving out free masks, but they're giving you really bulky masks that make you look like you work in construction. So I don't know about that. I've never seen the government providing free masks other than if they are giving it to the libraries, that's the way, but other than that, I haven't seen it. A lot of stores no longer have hand sanitizer out. When you go to stores, they no longer have hand sanitizer. When you walk in buildings, the little hand sanitizer dispensers no longer have product coming out. Um yeah, it's really strange nowadays. A lot of places are not Lysoling. I just got some new spray. Oh, my spray is right here. I just got some new spray. I feel like I like this because it sprays different from Lysol. Like this is wet. Like you'll spray it. Like look, I don't know if you can see. Okay, you can't see. But when you spray it, it's like a thick coating. And I know that we're not supposed to use can sprays, but the environment gonna have to figure something out. But so yeah. Um this is the spray that I use, and I'm gonna be bringing this to work because the front desk job that I just started, I wiped everything down. I sprayed my seat. Last time I did a what's in my bag, I used my little Lysol. I sprayed my seat. I wiped down the seat with wipes, and these are hand wipes. I have a small pack of Lysol ones, but it said per microban. But yeah. Yes. Okay. So, Kiana, that is a big one. Getting a key hook for elevators and taking your card out with something, that's hard to remember. Because I live in an apartment with an elevator, and sometimes I forget and I just press the elevator button. So, with everything, you really have to slow down your life. Like, when you leave your house or when you're walking into your house, slow down, spray things down, clean your hands. When you're about to go to the elevator, make sure you like either you press the button with something that you could that's not your hand, but you still should wipe that down. You know, like these are so many things you just forget and then you end up doing it. So yeah, you could get one of those things that where you like you touch like a pointer. Usually they sell that for like safety keys. They have like little safety things where you could get like a pepper spray, a toucher, and a key card puller. Cause you know the girls with long, well, I don't have long nails now, but when I have longer nails, you need that key card puller, or else you cannot get your card in and out of that machine. You have a basket full of Clorox wipes that probably equals a full shelf. Look, you just gonna be prepared. You're gonna be prepared. I need to buy more toilet paper. I need to stock up a bit on toilet paper. We need to get back into that groove. And the thing is, we should have never left. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's always good to have more toilet paper than you need. It was giving people never really had toilet paper in their home the way they went hard for the toilet paper. Um, you should always just be properly refilling things, or as a community, like whoever gonna have all of this stuff in their home, if you can't have it in your home. You said they need to shut us down again because I have FOMO from staying inside. And that's the thing with shutdowns, it makes sure that other people don't feel enticed to go out because nobody's out. Yes, I saw a TikTok of some white girl that had monkeypox and her doctors had no idea what was going on. And she was like, excuse me, I think I have monkeypox. Like somebody needs to like be clear. And then she finally got taken serious at some other type of clinic. So that's the thing. Okay, so with monkeypox, it's very unclear. Some people are saying monkeypox spreads the same way as other pox things, like chickenpox and stuff like that. So and then people are saying that COVID and monkeypox spread similarly. Um, you got COVID twice in the last 6 months. This is the thing. People are getting COVID multiple times. Sorry, I'm sending a message. Yeah, monkeypox spreads through touch for sure. The main thing with monkeypox is they were saying that it's like prolonged touch. So people were saying like it's not spread through sex per se, but if you are rubbing skin, of course, like you do, then it could spread like that. But now people are saying that monkeypox could just spread through like a firm handshake if someone is having an outbreak. Um, so just it said to be alive is tiring. I mean, your name is existing. So funny. That's kind of ironic. Um, so I feel like stop touching people. Let's stop touching. And that's the thing, like we was barely even getting hugs. Like we just started getting back hugging. And that's the thing, long COVID. When I tell you, look, I got one more cookie left. I got one more cookie left. I'm full. But I'm scared of long COVID because the last thing I want. Oh, also, if you in the chat or you watching and you do not have insurance and you out here wearing no mask, yeah, you're playing a very dangerous game. A very dangerous game. And just know, if you haven't gotten sick, it's time to start taking it more serious because you don't want to play. You don't want to play with that. It could spread through clothing. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say prior to this. What was I saying? Monkeypox spreading. My thing is try not to touch people. I'm thinking about starting to wear a face shield. especially when I'm working like at the front desk. I'm thinking about wearing a face shield, but I don't know. Oh, so I was talking about long COVID. I'm scared of getting long COVID because I think what I'm scared of is, I'm currently able-bodied, and again, I it's expensive to be disabled. Unfortunately, we do not have an infrastructure that caters to people being disabled. Like, you are not rewarded, you're constantly punished for being disabled. So, long COVID scares me. I never want to have issues with my breathing. I never want to have issues with my taste and my smell. And period. I never want to have heart issues. Like, long COVID could be anything. So y'all had your cute little summer. I hope y'all had your hot girl summer. And if your hot girl summer hasn't ended in hot girl COVID or hot girl monkeypox, count your blessings and start getting it together. I think I'm gonna double mask, but it might be a little redundant with do you think it's redundant to double mask the K95 masks? Um but yeah, my allergies though have been bad. Like, my allergies have gotten worse. I take Benadryl every single day. I take at least 2 to 3 Benadryl pills a day. Hot girl COVID pox is what it is. Oh my gosh, taking classes during the summer is just stressful. I did it once. Okay, you don't have to. Oh, wear a regular mask and then okay. Yeah, when I look, I can't wait to scare people. Like, the next shift I have at that front desk, I'm gonna have on gloves. Um, I'm gonna have on gloves. I'm gonna have a mask either under this or on top of this. And I might consider at the desk there is a shield, but then some people be like going over the shield, like, hey, can I blah blah blah? And I'm like, yo, um, wait, Sophia, hold on. I just seen a Netflix episode on how do you pronounce that? Asawaga? No, that's not how you pronounce it. I think you're talking about something else. Dang, I can't remember how it's pronounced. I can't be having brain fog right now. I can't be having brain fog. So I have a air purifier, but my only issue is sometimes I'll be too lazy to fill it with water. And because I live in a studio, it's very hard to make sure that the air purifier has like a small space. Therefore, I need multiple air purifiers, and that's like multiple air purifiers to fill with water, and I just don't have faith in myself. But I do have something else. No, you said an air purifier. I have an air purifier. I was just everything I said before was about a humidifier. I have an air purifier, and I haven't filtered it. I don't know if you need to change the filter. I'm sure you do, but I have not done that. Oh my gosh, yes. I had a maintenance man come to my apartment today and I was pissed because I forgot to put on my mask when he came up in here. I was like, "Oh my god, he be going in everybody's apartment and I just forgot to put on my mask." I always put on my mask when he come in here. And I wasn't going to give him one of my masks. I was going to give him a mask, but I was like, "No, I'm not giving you one of my masks." Um Ayahuasca. That's what I thought the person said. That's what I thought Sophia said. But I think Sophia's talking about something else. Yes. All you gotta do is start back. I feel like the main reason why. So okay, It was my friend's birthday in May, right? Um, so for her birthday, we went to a brunch. So I wore my mask. So I got in the car with her. I had on my mask. I only took off my mask maybe a few times in the car with her, but all while I was in the car with her, we went to the mall. I had on my mask. I did her makeup in her house. I had on my mask the whole time. I was the only one with a mask, mind you. This story is me being the only one out of everybody I was around in May that had on a mask. We went to the restaurant. I was the only one with a mask in the restaurant, and I had on this white mask. If I would have had this black mask, it would have been less ridiculous, but I had a white mask. So the whole time in the restaurant, I only pulled my mask down to eat my food and I would put it back. And I don't even believe in that working. I feel like once you take the mask down, you kind of just opened yourself up. But anyway, I was the only one who had on a mask that whole entire day. And I was like, it was a little nerve wracking. I felt a little ridiculous, but I was like, at the end of the day, if something happens, then I'm gonna feel very good for having my mask on the whole time. So if anybody is like uncomfortable with wearing a mask because nobody else is, it makes perfect sense. Like we're not gonna act like most people don't wear a mask because they don't see other people doing it and they don't want to be the only one taking a virus serious. And it does help. Doctors are saying that if you're the only one wearing a mask, it does help. But yeah, I do not mind. I'd rather prioritize my own health. If other people aren't taking it serious, that's them. They might have health insurance. I need to take it serious. So, and even when I was young, I know when my first time at the front desk, I was at the front desk for 12 hours, almost 11 hours, and everybody walking in and out of that apartment did not have on a mask. Maybe one or two people, and I missed it, but everyone who was coming up to me for packages and stuff had on no mask. Hey, Selena, I said kind of new, kind of not. hmm Remote work is so hard. Be careful, Sophia, because there are remote work scams where they'll say, "Oh, you got this remote work job." They'll say, "Oh, we'll give you some money to set up your home office," and that money they give you is a scam. That check is a fake check. So be careful with these quick remote jobs or whatever. Wearing a mask does also help my social anxiety because sometimes you can kind of giggle behind the mask and nobody sees you. Ooh, the combo I love. Let me show you my combo. When I tell you, once I do this, nobody can talk to me. I be feeling like I run the world. I be walking around doing whatever I need. I be singing my songs behind here. I be girl. Then I put on my headphones. This is a social anxiety power package. Okay. And then, ooh, don't let me put a hoodie on. Don't let me put a hoodie. I feel like I could go anywhere. I could do anything. Get you some shades. Sometimes I even be putting it's light outside. It's 8 p.m. over here. I will put this combo on in 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it the whole time. Nobody's gonna make me feel bad for that. I'm sorry, this chat is going by a little too fast. Identity concealed, like identity concealed. I'm like, and then I'll be, when I'm in stores, I'm let them know I'm not stealing. You could follow me if you want. I'm not stealing, even though I should be. I'm not. Weird. Like I understand if you've been feeling weird if you've been feeling too weird to wear a mask when everybody's not, start festival girlies. If you are in the chat and you've been to festivals and you haven't been wearing a mask, don't speak. Don't speak. We're not going to shame you or anything, but look, you don't have to say anything. Okay? Let's break a new chapter, start a new leaf, turn a new leaf, whatever. Start wearing masks at whatever festival is coming up. Oh my God. And then at festivals, you have to rub on people's bodies. I'm sorry. If you are at a festival I'm sorry, I know you might want to be in the front to see Little Uzi. You're gonna have to be in the back. Make sure nobody is touching you skin to skin. Because this is how monkeypox is spreading. Imagine being at a festival rubbed up on people's bodies for hours. These are monkeypox, COVID pox breathing grounds. This is honestly wild. Like, I'm sorry. Not incognito. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. And that was the main reason why I didn't want to go to concerts is because a lot of concert venues don't have seating, especially for like smaller artists. And I don't want to say small, but there are a lot of artists nowadays that like are very popular, but they'll still be in small venues where the general admissions, everybody's just standing around each other packed up. No. Um, I want my own seat. I want to be able to have make sure nobody's touching me and party to the music. Go to your concerts and be like at the concert. You want me sing at the concert like, oh, like that, because this is what we need. Thanks, Melanated. I went to a concert at a stadium, double mask, amazing night. Exactly. Have an amazing night. And if you want to be extra, like as soon as you get home, take a shower, and you should be good. Mhm. I put the color of my hair details in my manifestation video. My delusion video is in the description of the color and everything I use. Yes, sustained contact. I feel why do I feel like Lollapalooza happened already? Like, do that happen twice a year or something? I felt like people was just talking about that. Oh, Mittens, why you sleep right here? Mittens is so big. Like, she's like so big. Everyone needs their own fire festival tent. Yeah, I'm vaccinated for COVID, but honestly, I'm about to Google what's the monkeypox vaccination so I could be one of the first there. Because once I get that vaccination, I feel like my anxiety would be a little more chill. Mittens, you kind of smell. You need a bath. I feel like there's probably some under her paws, and I'm gonna be pissed that she's on me right now. It smells like she kind of farted. It feels like she kind of farted or something. Not Kelly, not you needing the second booster still. I can understand. It did take me, I think it took me like 6 or 7 months to get the second booster. No, it's okay, man. Stop farting too. Oh my god. An anthrax vaccine. I just want to be immune to anthrax. Same. Same. She said you embarrassing her. If you have not filled out your form to get the USPS to send you free COVID tests, you need to do that. Oh yeah, there is another booster, but it was only for older people. So I started looking up how to get the fourth shot, but then I started to see that like you now need insurance in order to get a shot, and that was worrying me cuz I'm like I don't want to pay for a shot. Thanks, Ambria. You didn't know USPS was giving out free COVID tests? Rapid tests too? Are these not I guess those are not rapid, or are those rapid? Whatever. You could also get them at drugstores. Yeah, like look, y'all can go to concerts, just don't be in the pit, like unless you're gonna have a hazmat suit on. Honestly, that's the challenge. Any of y'all who are going to festivals or stuff where you gotta be cheek to cheek, arm to arm, tongue to tongue with people, put on a hazmat suit and let's see how that goes. But you might pass out because it might be kind of hot. Yeah, but like it stopped. Like I would say a few months ago, I saw that like a lot of like COVID tests, rapid tests, period, from drugstores, how you used to just be able to go for free. Now they're gonna start charging your insurance. Not serotonin. Why do people like the sound of beads? At some point they cancel out, and I don't really hear them, to be honest. This is that I might be having to be in the Beehive pit. That's my last concert. um, and she better get free hazmat suits. Honestly, as long as she performs indoors, the hazmat suit could it won't you won't pass out in it. Maybe. Yeah, Astro World. That still should be heavy in people's minds. Your insurance charge you $400. Excuse me. Wait, they charged you, or is that how much it cost and your insurance covered it, Dion? Um, yeah, I'm like, that's ridiculous. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I need to figure out something with insurance because I just probably got to get on Medicaid or something. I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing with monkeypox. Like it was like racism and homophobia because it seemed like in New York, a lot of white gay men were able to get the vaccines for monkeypox, and like black gay people weren't able to get the vaccine because they just wasn't giving them appointments. And I'm like, okay, you could get them as priority, but you need to give me a way to book it because they're acting like gay people are having more sex than straight people. And it's like this is how the issue happens when you just don't prioritize black people period first or something. Like I don't yeah, exactly. I don't get it. It's like gay people aren't touching skin more than other people. And like gay people are still gonna have sex with people who are straight and well, unless they're saying bisexual, but still, yeah, like there's some gay people, they might have sex with someone who's straight, and that's just a one-time thing for the straight person or a rare occurrence. So it's like they acting like people strictly have sex with one sexuality all the time. All I know is that there was a vaccine available in New York City. I haven't let me Google it where I'm at. Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's just not being publicized. Jesus is I'm not in DC, but it says I see this Washington Post article that says DC has the most monkeypox cases per capita with nearly 2 dozen monkeypox cases where I'm at. Hold on. I'm trying to see if they're giving the vaccine. Prevention. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're giving the vaccines over here yet. This said monkeypox feels racist. I don't know. How did they even be coming up for names with this stuff? They should have called it like pimple pox because it looks like pimples. They should have called it bump pox or something. Not you say, OMG, I gotta go back to school in DC next month. Look, hopefully when you go, they're giving out vaccines. It said, meanwhile, Kamala popped up at her sorority convention. What does she do on the daily? All she do is stutter and talk gibberish. That's what I needed to do today is record a video on reacting to Kamala gibbering and jabbering on national news. It said, I think monkeys were the first to have it. That makes sense, I guess. No, if it came from monkeys, that will make some sense. It's a variant of smallpox. And people are saying smallpox, they're saying that smallpox, since it's a variant from smallpox, you should look at how smallpox is contracted in order to not get monkeypox. Oh my gosh, I think I'm getting like pseudo sick. My chest getting tight. I'm like making myself sick. My chest getting a little like I could breathe fine, but I just feel like a tightness, like a little heart attack. Maybe I need Pepto Bismol. All she do is silk press. That's really all she do. She get her silk press and that's it. Like I really think Kamala is doing not a goddamn thing. Like she really gets that vibe that she doesn't do anything. She doesn't prepare. She doesn't read notes. She doesn't do anything. She said, "I got this job to do the bare minimum." I'm also about to take off my braids. I'm going to take off my braids and I'm going to do a bob. I'm not going to touch up my roots for like another month, but I'm going to do a bob. I think I'm going to take these braids out this week. But that was, yeah. Whoa. So monkeypox started in the 70s? So what's up with it now? Silk pressing lies. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala's not allowed to do much, but at the same time, she seems down with it because Kamala called Joe Biden racist, and then now she was fine to run with him being racist. So I'm not gonna act like Kamala isn't aware she's getting discriminated against. But even if she was getting discriminated against, I don't mind when cops get discriminated against because she was a prosecutor. I didn't know monkeypox could last 2 to 4 weeks. I think let's all look. With monkeypox, it don't matter what the hell the consequences are. We just try not to get it. Cause we gonna wear gloves, masks, and clean. But that's the thing, Kamala and Joe, they seem to me that they are very fine with everything going on and they're way more willing to lie than past democratic presidents or just democratic elected officials in general. um the things that Kamala and Joe have been doing the last year seem very like they're Republicans, like conservative Republicans, masking as Democrats. And Biden has always been a centrist. I don't know about Kamala's history of whether or not she's been conservative and blue, meaning I don't know how liberal she ever got, but they are really acting like they are perfectly fine with anything conservatives do because they'd want that done too. But they know as a Democrat, they just can't openly agree with it. Not Kamala waiting for the pillow in her bag. Honestly, if Kamala was president, like her speeches would be horrible. Like she's been on the news gibbering and jabbering. Like I'm shocked, honey, in tears almost at her interviews. I'm sorry that Joe Biden is senile. Oh my goodness. And this is the thing, like, I'm trying to figure out what people mean because I understand being like, oh, Joe Biden is old, hence why he's a problem, isn't the complete statement. Joe Biden is a problem, period, and he's old, I think is mainly the right way to say it. Because at the end of the day, he's too old to be having any power. Um, period. Like, I feel like no matter what it is, there's always gonna be somebody. If you old, you could just put your knowledge in a younger person and they'll carry it on. You don't have to be doing it. Who said Nubian? Kamala is a Nubian empress. I don't know what y'all talking about. Do Kamala even be shouting out her fellow South Asians? Do she be acknowledging them anytime, any place, anywhere? Not jump scare away from meeting the king. Biden is trying his hardest in his. Did y'all see that Biden interview when he was like reading? He was reading the stuff in quotes. He was like, "Yes, my American people." End quote. Yes, my American people. Repeat the line. He was saying that stuff out loud. But that's the thing. I feel like with people like Joe Biden and Trump, they whatever they getting IV shots or whatever. Cause how Trump ex-wife dying before him? That don't make sense. Like, what kind of health care are these men getting? Because men usually be dying before women. So how is Joe Biden and Trump like healthy at this old age? I don't know. Like, I feel like Biden is gonna be alive till he's like 90. Cause like I feel like they should have been kicked the bucket. It said rich people usually get deep into they what natural medicine bag. Sacrifice maybe. Yeah, thinking that I don't know how Trump's still up. I don't either. Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth. Wait, have we seen a photo of Queen Elizabeth yet since all the rumors? Biden is only 79. Damn, he about to be 80. It said couldn't be me. But that's the thing. If the queen was what keeps people lying about the queen being alive? Like, why can't the queen be dead? They don't want the son to be king? They buying all the sea moss. The queen is old. And they don't even be wearing sunscreen like that. I don't know why. I don't know. It's very interesting. We haven't talked about Kevin Samuels dying. And that's the thing, black people be dying young, but that one, yo, I know there was somebody like the day before Kevin Samuels died that like wished he would be dead. And I when I tell you that the way that person woke up to like news that probably made them think they were God, like I wish I wish I knew who that was because it was somebody who probably just had a casual thought, like, I hope Kevin Samuels die. And then he did. Like, him dying was so random. Like, that little bit of good news was like, wow. Like, I don't know. It's still something to this day that I'm just like, he's just gone. Like, not you not knowing Kevin Samuels is dead. He died from hypertension. He died from hypertension after or during having sex with some white woman in his house. He dead. Um, like the reaction to his death, like of course, like the girls that liked him were like, "Oh, like what?" But to me, I feel like that was so like, and you know what? The reason why I'm not like so I like that he's dead, but I'm not over the moon simply because other important people that need to be dead have not died. Because it feels like we could have kind of like preyed on his downfall. I feel like we kind of preyed on Kevin Samuel's downfall and it worked. But there's other people's downfall we've been preying on and it has not worked. So that's to me, I'm kind of like, how did this happen? Like I don't know. I don't know. It was like a little bit of good news, you know? It could have been a lot if this was like if like multiple if everybody we was just talking about in the chat like really was like dropping like flies, I would have way more hope. Like I'll be like, okay, if we just like really like hold our hands and think like we could really make sure these people hit the grave. And then Kevin Samuels was only 50 something. He was only 50 something. So he didn't even have to be that old and he got out of here. He got up out of here. Clarence Thomas, like what's going on there? Like, this is somebody who has way more power. Kevin Samuels don't really got no power like that. Clarence Thomas. So it seems like if you don't really have power like that and you're a menace, you could die. But if you got a lot of power and you're a menace, you just gonna be here forever. Like how? I don't understand. And then there was some other guy who died from COVID. I didn't really know him like that. He was a black guy. He was like a Trump supporter. He was like a public figure. I'll say that. And he died from COVID. He was like a COVID denier, and then he died from COVID. And I was like, okay, cool. Like we all like when that happens, but it wasn't happening enough. Because remember when Trump had COVID, and we all was kind of like, is this what we think it is? Like, is what's gonna happen gonna really happen? And then it didn't happen. Yeah, Herman Cain. Herman Cain. So, and then people was thinking Herman Cain was Ben Carson. I was like, like you see, like you know. So it's kind of like it's really I don't know. I can't. The logic isn't really matching. Exactly. He kept calling plus size women unhealthy, just anybody, bigger unhealthy when he sat up there and died from hypertension. And he wasn't like I don't really even know what his body looked like. All I would see is like his little tie, his little menswear on sale tie, and his little suits from like up here. So I never even knew what his body looked like. What if Kevin? Oh no, he did post up full body pictures. Cause I was like, what if he like had like a thick lower body and we never knew? But we saw he posted full size body pictures. Um, Yeah, and then like, there was people like Rockefeller. I think he's already dead, but it was people like him. He had like 3 heart transplants. So it's like these old people could have heart transplants and everything, and they just these old white people, and they'll still be here. That's the part that's confusing to me. Um, wait, Sai, you had said something earlier, I think, that I was trying to comment on. It was something. I can't find it. Oops. Not roasting like a pig. I clicked that by accident. Yeah, someone had commented on an old video of mine, like literally the like yesterday or something, saying like, "Oh, like if people want to lose weight to be healthy, how is that fat phobic?" And I'm like, losing weight does not make you healthy. Being thin does not mean you're healthy. That's the issue, and some of y'all are not getting it. Many people who lose weight drastically end up gaining it back because their body is like, "Excuse me, this is not who I want to be." Oh, you said Jesus and marrow. That's what you said. So let me say this. I like at the beginning, I liked Jesus and Mero because they're funny, they're from the Bronx or whatever. But it started to get a little weird because I felt like Deezus specifically would know way too much. There was a specific joke Deezus said. He was like, "Oh, like, when you're a natural hair girl or something and you be finding little coils of hair on the side of your bed when you clean." He had said something wildly specific. And I was like, whoa, like sometimes their little like jokes be so specific and it was kind of pissing me off because I'm like, one, now you're telling everybody our business. And two, I'm not a fan of like, I love like New York culture, but at some point we gotta gatekeep. We gotta gatekeep. And I feel like if you watch Jesus and Mero, like at some point you're gonna know every single damn thing or almost everything about New York and you haven't been there or whatever, or like you white, white people. That was my issue too. They was surrounded by a little bit too much white people for me. I was like, it was the white people for me. That's what it was too. So that was me like, I don't know. So that's why I'm like, if they breaking up, they could break up. Cause one, they're grown ass men. When I first found Jesus and Mero, I was laughing at their jokes because I'm thinking, oh, they like some guys in their mid-20s joking about New York. When I found out they was 30 plus saying a lot of these things, I was like, they too grown to be saying a lot of the stuff. A lot of the Jesus and Mero jokes are funny if they are younger. The fact that they're going on 40 and they were saying a lot of these jokes were a little weird to me. I was like, I feel like y'all should be more mature. So prove grown men love to be messy. But apparently they fell out over something. Who knows? But if you go on Twitter, there's like they're showing screenshots of a Reddit thread or something where they confirm that they had a falling out and they stopped in their podcast. It said Mero is an alcoholic and nobody says anything. He's like, I don't know. There's something weird about Mero because he has like 4 kids and a wife. And not saying you have to act like you have 4 kids and a wife, but he just never gave mature. And I can understand like you have a TV presence, you have an entertainer presence. But if you're a good entertainer, like incorporate maturity at some point. Like they just never seemed mature. Their jokes never seemed like mature about their life. It just seemed like they were cosplaying. And it was just not interesting to me. These I feel like they're both funny. Like Jesus is funny. Miro would be kind of annoying sometimes, from what I remember. Jesus, I feel like sometimes Jesus would get on my nerves because I feel like he has a very like I want to say congested mouth. If I'm remembering, I haven't watched them speak, but Jesus is one of those people where I need him to like really open his mouth, like slow down his speech a little bit. I feel like he gets rings around his mouth very often. And I feel like Jesus should do a little bit something different with his facial hair because he is bald, bald. Like, I mean, he wears his hat and stuff, but there's something about him that gives like a Cisco vibe. Like he's a Cisco Tyrese vibe. He's the type to have like a little piercing in the middle of his lip or something. And then his goatee, when he wear the goatee like mad slim, like something like that, turns me off. Like it gives like Mr. T vibes or something. Like I don't know, like not you trying to date Jesus. I think honestly what turned me off is I think I found out Jesus was dating like some white girl that would be working on their show. And I was like, how do you end up dating a white girl? Like, I just didn't understand. Um, he's not balding, he's bald. Like he's the type of person, many black men who bald end up shaving their head. Like they don't be having random hair sticking out. Like black men don't do that. Jesus and Mara are both Taurus. That's awkward. They celebrate their birthdays around the same time and now they're not friends. I mean, Clarence Thomas trying to revoke LGBT marriage rights. The Supreme Court shouldn't even have that power. Like the Supreme Court is not going to save us. Even if they had leftist people all up in the Supreme Court, which would never happen, that still wouldn't save us. You didn't know? I don't know if he still is dating a white woman. He was at some point. Julian, you don't know Jesus and Mero? Girl, y'all need to open up another tab and just type in Jesus and Mero. Um, yeah, I think the white girl he was dating was like Julia. When you watch Jesus and Mero, there's a white person who asks them questions and helps moderate them as they talk. And it was alleged that Jesus was dating her. And that's what I'm going to start doing soon. I need to get a safety kit ready. I'm going to prepare a safety kit. This is okay. This is what we need to talk about. Everybody, and if you can't individually do it, you need to have a friend or family member who can do it and you could give them money to make it. You need to be making a safety backpack. I, within the next few weeks, am going to document my journey of creating a safety backpack. And that backpack is going to be like a camping kind of backpack where it will have first aid, it will have a life jacket or like a blow up life jacket, it will have soap, conditioner, stuff like that for an evacuation. For it will have granola bars. We need to start making that. I'm not surviving the apocalypse, but I want to I don't want it to be a long drawn out death, you know? I want like the beginning of the apocalypse, I want it to be somewhat comfortable with my safety kit, and then when things get like if a earthquake happen and the world splits, then I'll jump right in, okay? But until that happens, I need to prolong, I still want to be comfortable is my mindset with the safety kit. It said I do not have survival instinct. And that's the thing. In the safety kit, I'm gonna have a little pamphlet so it could say, oh, something. Wait, let me get this book. You should Lead Farmer 73. Who's that? What do Lead Farmer talk about? Hold on, I gotta screenshot that. I gotta screenshot that because one thing is I need some people to watch. Because if a natural disaster happened and you don't have anything, and the natural disaster isn't gonna be forever, you might, when the natural disaster happened, so many people are climate refugees. I wouldn't be surprised if people in the chat are climate refugees and they don't even know it. you know, it's a temporary situation. So you want to be comfortable temporarily because you figure, okay, I do want to live. You know, you might during the climate disaster, you might figure out like, you know what, I kind of want to survive. You know, like we all might think we don't want to survive, but we might want to. Now you'll need a Glock. Not a gun. What are you gonna do? Mittens is an animal, okay? She could do whatever. She gonna eat out. She's staring at me right now. She could eat out the trash. She could do whatever she got to do. Mittens is an animal, okay? She'll be fine. And if she won't be fine, it is what it is. We're all gonna die. Like so, and I'll take care of her to the best of my ability. Like I'll have a little cat bag. I have a cat travel bag. I'll put some cans of food in my little safety thing. So me and Mittens will hold on as long as we need till we need to part our ways. Okay. Oh, this is I can name you famous wow, wait. The only famous climate refugee I know is Normani. Normani is a climate refugee. She was born in New Orleans and she had to relocate to Houston. Everybody who experienced New Orleans is a climate refugee, okay? Everybody who experienced fires in California and had to relocate is a climate refugee, okay? Um I'm not bringing no laptop. I'll bring my laptop if it don't weigh me down. But a lot of people are climate refugees, and we don't even know what that means, but people are. No, if people start turning into zombies, OMG, I think I have a mosquito bite. This better be a mosquito bite. Yeah, this looks like a mosquito bite. Cause I'm like, I'm getting scared. You could vlog. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Queen Naija. Queen Naija is a climate refugee to an extent. Everybody who had to evacuate Houston and relocate, that was people vlogging a climate refugee. Um, whatever, a climate disaster. Let me get this book. Hold on, I can take y'all with me while I try to get this book. Cause I got a book for those of us who are anxious. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my books. It's a book about survival. It's like a joking type book though. Let me get comfortable because I really actually want to find it. This is my closet. Not starvation vlog. Like, hey y'all, we in day 6 of not having no food. If people turn into zombies, I'm gonna just let somebody turn me into a zombie. Okay, let me find this book. I cannot go long with no food. So it's really gonna be, hey y'all, this is 5 hours of us realizing that it's gonna be an indefinite amount of time with no food. If you don't see me vlog, I've killed myself. If you don't get a video in the next couple of hours, I've kicked the bucket. I feel like this book should not be that hard to find. I feel like I'm overlooking it or something. Where is it back here? Okay, I think I found it. Not TikTok dancing the zombies. We're gonna be doing Thriller. Kayla hasn't come back in the chat. So the book is called The Worst Case Scenario Survival Handbook. I bought this because I'm the type of person, every time I'm in a car or a bus, that's going over a bridge that's over a body of water, I'd be like, if I'm awake, I'd be like, okay, I'd be planning in my head. If a car veers off and we're falling into the water, I have to open the window at some point, swim out, but I can't swim out too fast because the cars are going to be falling on top. So I got to wait. And then I got to swim to the, like that. I am always having an anxiety attack when we in a bridge. Okay. So in this book, there are great escape. This is a table of contents. There is how to escape from quicksand, how to break down a door, how to break a car, how to perform a fast 180 turn. Oh my goodness. It says how to jump off a bridge or a cliff into a river. Oh, I saw a TikTok. A TikTok said if you're jumping from a really high space, you have to clench your nose, you have to clench your butt cheeks, and you have to fall down straight. Because if the water rushes up your nose, it could break your lungs, and if the water rushes up your butt, it could break your lungs. So keep that in mind. How to maneuver on top of a moving train and get inside. How to perform a look. If I'm ever in a situation and you got to put a hole in my throat, don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it. Like, don't do it. Just let me die, because that will be so. I will be grossed out for the rest of my life. Like people who need their trachea. Oof. Every time I be watching Grey's Anatomy and they be like about to put a hole in somebody's throat, I skipped that part. I skipped it. Let me see. How to deliver a baby in a taxi cab. Clenching your butt is not that hard. Oh, you said your butt is gonna be clenched anyway. I'll sign a DNR right now. Exactly. Do not resuscitate. How to fend off a shark. That's a big one. How to escape from a mountain lion. Wait, that's interesting. Let me go to that page. Page 54. How to escape from a mountain lion. Number 1, do not run. The animal most likely will have seen and smelled you already, and running will simply cause it to pay more attention. 2, try to make yourself appear bigger by opening your coat wide. 1, they're assuming you have on a coat. Okay, well, you probably should if you're in the mountains. The mountain lion is less likely to attack a larger animal. 3, do not crouch down. Hold your ground, wave your hands, and shout. Show it you are not defenseless. Stab the shark in the eye with a cross necklace. Like, LL Cool J, now you remembering that, Millie. 4, if you have small children with you, pick them up. Do all you can to appear bigger. Children who move quickly and high-pitched voices are at higher risk than adults. Back away slowly or wait till the animal moves away. Report any lying sightings to authorities. I mean, if I'm about to die anyways, you might as well try it. Like, if you in the mindset like I'm about to die, just do it. Like, just do it, and then you'll be even more surprised when you live. Okay, what else they got in this table of contents? How to land a plane, how to survive an earthquake, how to treat a bullet wound. Let's see how to treat a bullet wound. 109, because honestly, it's really unfortunate how relevant that is. Okay, number 1, do not immediately pull out any impaled objects. Bullet, arrows, knives, sticks, and the like cause penetrating injuries. When these objects lodge in the vital areas of the body, removing them may cause more severe bleeding that cannot be controlled. 2, control the bleeding by using a combination of direct pressure, limb elevation, and pressure point stuff. So that's 1 to 2. Is there more than that? Imagine that's the only thing you got to do. Okay, immobilize the injured area, dress the wound. That's all the stuff we see in TV shows. And get medical attention as soon as possible. Basically, that's all they could say. How to Survive When You're Lost in the Mountains. Yeah, get this book. This book is gonna be in my survival box, my bag. Um, Mittens, you just following me. You would never find me in the mountains on purpose. Oh yeah, I'll watch Nope, but is Nope coming out in the movie theaters? Because that's another. Hello, we have to prepare better for the movie theaters, people. Go. I think everybody should start going to the movie theaters fully dressed, meaning don't have your skin touching the chairs and stuff. Spray the chair down. Wear a mask. And period. And then you should be good at the movie theaters. I'm not going to the movie theaters, but I might consider it for Nope if it doesn't hurry up and come out on um online streaming because I don't want it spoiled. So the only reason why I might go see Nope in theaters is because I don't want it to be spoiled. But that's the thing, you're gonna see spoilers unless you don't mind. Damn, let me see. Let me see. They need to have Nope come out on streamings too. Nope showtimes. But that's the thing. I don't even want to see it in a packed movie theater though. Like because I don't want everybody's noises. I know some people like other people's noises during a movie theater, but I don't. There's still tickets though. I don't even see matinees here. It's only everything I see is after like 4 p.m. So go to the theaters nobody was going to anymore. I was trying to check that just now. Thanks for the sticker. Um I was trying to check because I have this theater by me that people don't really go to, but it's not popping up. I can't believe they died at the end. People don't know how to not spoil. He's like, can we talk about these only in theaters? That's the thing. I don't know why Nope. I can understand why Nope is going after the theater because Spider-Man did it, but they should have allowed you to see it at home. They should have allowed you to stream it on HBO or something. That would have been perfect. If they allowed you to stream it on HBO, but they wanted an extra $5, $10, I would have gave. Like, especially right now. I think Nope is gonna be good. Like, I think it's gonna be funny. I don't know how it's gonna be scary because given the trailer, I haven't really even haven't seen like the extended trailer, but given the trailer, I'm like, this is gonna be. I have no idea that what's gonna happen. Yeah, this one little cultural theater by me is not gonna be playing it. Oh well, wait. Yeah, it looks like they're not gonna be playing it. something to do with aliens and Kiki in it. Kiki Palmer is so funny. It's sad. I can't watch it. I get scared too easily. Then watch it after people spoil it, because then you'll be less scared. I really wanted to get Soul Spice to eat today, but I didn't feel like getting it delivered. I don't know what I'm going to eat. I only got, I already ate a peanut butter and jelly. I ate cookies. I slept for majority of the day. Um, I have frozen chicken breasts in the fridge. What? He postponed it a year because he wanted us to be in a unsanitary theater. I really hate these movie peoples that act like the theater is the end all be all. Like, come on. I'm more so grossed out by stuff than I am scared. But at the same time, I will, if it's scary, I'll be in the theater like this, looking like if it's scary, I'ma just close it. Or sometimes I don't want to be putting my hand over my face. So if it gets scary, I'll be like, until I feel like opening my eyes again, I just close my eyes. No, Us was scary. Tell me what I seen Us in Jamaica. It was some lady behind us that kept talking. Oh my gosh. But she was saying funny stuff. But Us was scary. It kind of was like making me scared of the dark. I don't know. It depends if you got a good bootleg, because a bad bootleg will really have you watching whatever. Like you really just watch something that you're not sure everybody else watched. I remember I did see a video of this one girl saying how she really enjoyed movie theaters. I feel like maybe do people build up that habit? Because I guess I've never built up the habit. Like I've never really had good experiences going to movie theaters, which is why I don't mind not going. One thing I will say, one of the best movie theater experiences was seeing one of the Twilights. Remember the Twilight where the dad got his head cut off? Being in the movie theater was like good because everybody was shocked and about to cry. Like, because the biggest takeaway was like nobody knew we cared about the dad that much. So like when when that happened, everybody in the theater were like, and everybody's reaction when like we was in the car on our way home was like, yo, we was about to cry. We didn't even know we liked him that much. Like, so that's what I would say was the best experience. Like I was in shock. Exactly. That's like me too, Kelly. Like if it's egregiously bad, then like I'm like, oh, this was bad. But other than that, I just be watching. But that's the thing too, is that many of us have gotten way more addicted to our phones, so that watching a movie sometimes is hard because I'll be in the theater and I forgot to tell my brightness down. I'm like, oh, I forgot I can't check my phone every like few seconds watching this movie. So that's the only thing. When you in the movie theaters, you definitely can't pause the movie. Like you have to watch the movie. Like I could have never watched Parasite in theaters because I can't read that fast and then I can't comprehend that fast. So I'm literally just gonna be watching and have really no idea what's happening for 2 whole hours. Like that's too much. You said watch a Dream Girls in the theater. Yeah, movie tickets can be expensive. I went to see that movie Zola. I went to see that movie last year with my friend, and I think the tickets was like $15. I was like, "Ooh, do we really want to come see this?" But it was fun, I'll say. Yeah, Parasite. At some point, I have to start closing my eyes. You know what I hate though in movies is like the anxiety, because specifically in Parasite, when they were like hiding under that furniture, Stuff like that is scary to me. Like people getting caught. Like I don't like to see, even if it's like somebody bad. It doesn't matter if it's the protagonist or the antagonist. If they're hiding and they're about to get caught, I always fast forward if I have the possibility to, because I'm like, mm-mm. Like I don't like that. But it depends. Sometimes I could wait and watch. Sometimes I don't. 15 is expensive to me. The movies used to be $9 and then it went up to like 12. After it went up to 12, I was like, I'm not interested. Like I, especially in Parasite, just to see people get stabbed, I don't like that. Like I don't like seeing people get stabbed and stuff like that. Like yes, you is the main one. When Joe just be standing out somebody's window, I'm like, if you don't duck right now, like you're going to piss me off. I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once. What did I do? I think I rented it on YouTube. It was a lot going on, and that I had to actually watch that movie like 2 times, like, because I started playing it and I was kinda tired, so I ended up falling asleep. So it was kinda background noise at first, because it was also kinda confusing. And then I watched it again. But either that's why I'm like, y'all might think I'm smart, but I can't watch movies and just understand what's going on. I had to watch like 3 videos explaining to me everything all at once. Like, and that's why I don't really like watching movies at first, like in theaters, because I'm like, I'm not even really gonna know what happened. I'm gonna have to wait and get it explained before I can participate in discussion. Oh, not the abbreviation being EEAAO. That's funny. EEAAO. Mm. But that's the thing. I don't understand why it's people's favorite movie, because I'm not really interested in rewatching that. Like I was like, movies that are my favorite, I could rewatch it, you know? But I'm not rewatching that. I just rather watch it one time, have somebody explain, have multiple different perspectives explaining it. But that's it. I don't think I'll rewatch it. And the thing is, okay, I'll say this. The reason why I didn't really like the movie, and it's not that I didn't like it, but the reason why I'm not impacted by it was because like it did give me anxiety. Like there were parts of it where I was like, I thought it was gonna go in a different direction. Like I thought we were gonna get 1 or 2 alternate realities and see the journey in those. But since they were showing us all these possibilities and we weren't able to see like how any of them fleshed out, and there was something about it when she would hop into one reality and then hop into another. And I was like, well, wait, like, is that reality now affected? Meaning like, did she keep going? Like it was just so many confusing things. So yeah. Precious, I don't know. I think I've seen Precious once or twice. I can't really remember if it's too like hard of a watch for me to watch it again. I want to get into K dramas. I saw somebody tweet about a K drama that I want to try. But I don't know. Are K dramas on Hulu? I've seen a lot of Korean films though on Netflix. There's a Korean film on Netflix called The Call, and that is scary. And there's a Korean movie. Oh my gosh, it was good. Like, hold on. Let me show you. Let me find the movie on Netflix. It is good. There's this one Korean movie. It is so good. Like, I got the recommendation from TikTok. Somebody on TikTok recommended it. Let's see if it pops up. It's called Forgotten. I'm pretty sure it's called Forgotten. Yes, everybody, if you have Netflix, watch the movie Forgotten. That movie is good. And it's like a little scary. Watch Forgotten. Let's see. Watch The Call. The Call is not like the best movie I've ever seen, but it's pretty good. It's like it's intense. It's scary. It's like a little scary. And yeah, I honestly want to get into more of them. I'm really never disappointed. I only take breaks because I'm reading subtitles, but I always like them. And look, I'm sorry if it's dubbed, I'm listening to it dubbed, like because all the reading. Letterbox is how you get all the K dramas and movies. Like there was something in the movie Forgotten. I won't spoil it, but I just wish it happened differently because it was just so sad. My dad paid for the Netflix, so because if it was up to me, I would not be paying for that Netflix. I've watched Alice in Borderland. It's not Korean? Oh, I watched it. That was good. It was good. I binged it. His House, I believe I've seen His House. Is that like black people? Aren't they African in that movie? Or are y'all talking about another one? That was too scary though. Like when stuff started happening in the dark and it was like, let me shut up. I don't want to spoil it. But it was scary. Oh, sorry, I clicked that by accident. Thirst. I like Squid Game. I'm excited for part two. You said Hill House is a mockery. That's the thing. Like if you're not really honestly, and I think honestly, you saying that His House is a mockery of Sudanese culture is one of the reasons why there are some, depending on the context of some films that are based in like the United States that are about black people, I typically don't like it when I know the facts. When you know the facts, like you can't really enjoy something because you are so pissed off that other people watching it might think what's being portrayed is accurate. And as I'm starting to watch movies of different cultures, I try to stop myself from thinking that people in the cultures that are being portrayed are accurate because I know how annoyed I start to get when I'm watching scripted things about like Black American culture and it's inaccurate. Alice in Borderland is gonna have more seasons. Why do I feel like the way? No, it did end on like a little cliffhanger, but 4 seasons is a bit much. Yeah, I can't wrap that up in another one. Or was it 2 seasons already? Let me see. Okay, it was 1 season. Oh, did y'all watch All of Us Are Dead? All of Us Are Dead on Netflix. When I tell you that one is intense, like it'll literally have you like, oh my god, like um, All of Us Are Dead is intense. Uh, I hear a lot of mixed reviews on Lovecraft. I will not be watching Lovecraft County. Like I hear people um say it's triggering. Wait, did All of Us Are Dead end in like a cliffhanger, or did it wrap up? Because I fake wanted it to keep going. Okay, there's gonna be a season two. I can't really remember, but I know that. Oh, I do remember how it ended. Okay, I remember. It's coming back to me. I need like some tissue. It's coming back to me. It ended in a way that was kind of like magical, kind of. Isn't Them that movie of like white people? Like it's like white people being racist. I don't think I was really interested. Honestly, sometimes watching horrors on racism sometimes could be a bit much. Like I need only one or two in my life. I think I've started Queen of the South, but it was a little too, I don't want to say it was a little too slow, but it was a little too like not for me. It kind of reminds me like of P Valley. I love P Valley, but Queen of the South reminds me of kind of like you need to really be into the dialogue. Queen of the South reminds me like you need to really be into the dialogue or else you won't get the drama. And if the drama isn't straightforward, girl, I'm not reading in between the lines. P Valley, I feel like sometimes if you don't know somebody's name, then it could go over your head. And I'm not good at remembering people's character names or their real life name. But say I watch a whole 2, 3 seasons of a show, and you could be like, "Oh, do you remember like the character Lisa?" I'm gonna be like, "Unless you show me her face, I have no idea who Lisa is." And I don't know why I can't remember. I loved like every episode of P Valley. The only thing was hard to watch was recently has been Keyshawn's storyline. That has been hard to watch. But other than that, P Valley season 2 came back swinging. Like that first episode gave me all my life. Like I mean, and given the conversation we was having about um COVID, I'm still very much interested in seeing COVID depicted in TV shows. Like I know some people don't like it, but I like it depending on how it goes. I've watched the newest seasons of Grey's Anatomy, and the way they depicted COVID was a little annoying sometimes. It was a little cliche to say the least. Oh my god, Teak's storyline. When I tell you, I'm still not even ready. I'm still not even ready for all that emotions it brought up. I don't want to really talk about these shows too in depth because some of the people on the live are gonna go watch them, so I don't want to spoil it. And I feel like it's very important for people to see like the COVID reality of strippers and stuff like that because a lot of people act like a lot of people to this day still act like strippers are like bottom of the barrel people. But I feel like P Valley is doing an amazing job to be like these women are it. Um and Angela Yee's lip service is kind of a hot mess, but I had no idea Gigi McGuire was like a prominent figure in the stripping world as she was. Cause so I would recommend everybody should watch the lip service that P Valley did. It was amazing. Like I was damn near about to cry watching that lip service because it was so good and it was just making me realize so many things about life, given like about like strippers and stuff. And Gigi was so into the show. It was just so beautiful. It was so beautiful. And then I went and rewatched the P Valley episode that Gigi McGuire was in, and it made me want to go down a whole rabbit hole of stripper history because I had no idea Jessica Dime was like a huge like prominent stripper. So I learned a lot. There was another show. People kept saying the Sex Lives of College Students was a really good show. I had unsubscribed from HBO Max already, so I don't know if I'm going to watch it, but people said it was good. But my only thing with Insecure is I just didn't like how it ended because Insecure very much ended like I feel like Insecure was doing such a good job of showing that as you go into your 30s, like things are still going to be very up in the air. And then it ended as if, oh, everything you want will fall together, meaning you'll get the man, you'll get the house, you'll get the job. And I'm like, why the hell do we still have shows ending with you having this career you love so much? Stop conditioning us to love these jobs so much. Two, Why are you acting like we're all inevitably gonna end up with this one guy we really like? And 3, I just didn't like that. I feel like it was really challenging what it's like to get older with your needs and wants, and then it just ended in a way that was so cliche. So yeah, they should have ended just way differently. They could have really took it further. But I mean, it could go to show how some of these people just aren't that creative. Like they're creative to an extent, but they still fall into the same like boring ways of ending a show or something. Yeah, I would say yeah, it had a liberal ending. Like, yeah, keep working toward that career goal. Keep working toward that relationship goal. Like it could have ended. They could have explored like polygamy. They could have pushed more queer boundaries. They could have just push this idea that you don't have one partner that you end up marrying. They could have pushed the idea of like these jobs. Like there are a lot of like people who are working who are always going to be switching around jobs and like rent needs to be cheaper. Not everybody's going to be like Issa who becomes a property manager and you have like a cheap place to live while you're struggling financially. One, I don't know about y'all, but I've never had a friend that makes significantly more than me like Molly. When I really thought about it, I don't know how it's not that I wouldn't be comfortable having a friend that makes that much more than me, but it would be frustrated to have like a friend like Molly who has this nice apartment, who has this like little bit of extra disposable income, and you get to see her reality and always know that if you're not a lawyer, if you're not something else, you'll never have what she has. And then to see her be like a little not like Molly was really good at, paying for their lunches that her and Issa would have, which was cool. But other than that, it would get annoying of having this comfortable friend who like was just like oblivious to everything else. And then making Issa be this like nonprofit entrepreneur type person was just dumb. Like I didn't like that. I mean, you don't have to watch Insecure. I mainly watched it because everybody else was watching it. Like having Issa Rae create this whole all on my block thing, wherever it was called. Having Issa, oh yeah, Jules, we've been on for an hour and 42 minutes. I don't know what kind of job Issa should have had, but the job she had was not good. Like, and again, it brought up some good points in the job that was never really fleshed out, meaning like she is going to compromise what black organizations really want if you need to have white sponsors and stuff like that. Like they could have fleshed that out way more because trying to bring about any change in inclusion with these like black nonprofits and clothing lines it's not a good storyline. I do not play any video games. I have one game on my phone and that's Project Makeover and that's all I play from time to time. Yeah, I didn't watch Euphoria. The only time I watched Euphoria was I only watched that one episode everybody was talking about with the play because I felt like, oh, if they're doing a play, I'll be able to see what the show is about. And the fact that I watched that one episode and I had no idea what was going on, and I would read people's tweets every Sunday about the show, and it's really wild how you could how people's tweets would really not let you know what happens on the show. I was like, y'all tweets do not be accurate to put people on to the big picture. First of all, Crenshawn, that was like a slur. Like, why would you have this black character name be Crenshawn? And why is Kofi always playing these? Why is he always typecast like this? If I was Kofi, I would be like, hell no. I'm not yet again playing some hood guy, and now you got my name being Crenshawn? No. Something about that was like, call him a jigaboo at that point. I tried to watch this most recent episode of I tried to watch this most recent season of Atlanta, and it wasn't really working out for me. The first episode was a little scary, but then I couldn't really continue. Like I just his role was not good. Crenshaw and Kofi's role was not good. I didn't even see that Atlanta episode with Kevin Samuels, or maybe I missed it. The Avatar, look, once you get into it, you get into it. I don't know. I haven't watched I May Destroy You. I don't know why. But if it's any sexual assault in it, I do not want to watch. I'm tired of seeing sexual assault and stuff. I can't. I can't do it. As soon as it comes, I'm like fast forwarding. Oh, you know what? I think I'm getting I May Destroy You and chewing gum mixed up. What's the differences between I May Destroy You and chewing gum? Okay, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't watch I May Destroy You. Oh yeah, so the reason why I didn't want to watch chewing gum because wasn't there jokes about her dating a white guy? I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. It was something. I think I saw like a little snippet. I think I'd like chewing gum. It just depends. I May Destroy You is based on her life while writing chewing gum. Wow. Apparently Zendaya is gonna direct an episode of Euphoria. She dates a hardcore Christian. Yeah. Okay, Succession. That's a show I couldn't get into. I had no idea what was happening in Succession at all. Like it was just playing as background noise. I had no idea what was happening. It just needed a little more like it just needed to be watered down for me. Queen's Gambit, I actually watched that twice. I watched it once and then months later I watched it again. I like Queen's Gambit. In a couple months I'll watch it again. Yeah, like Succession is very dialogue driven and I don't be paying attention that hard. I never got into American Horror Story because I'm like at that like that's getting into scary waters a little too much. Like I don't really click on anything that's like horror down. Like I'm like, I did watch Ozark, but I really used Ozark as background noise, but it was pretty easy to follow along. I would say Ozark is one of those shows that it is kind of boring, but it's not too hard to see what's going on. So that's the only reason why I liked Ozark, but I'm not interested in watching the most recent seasons of Ozark. I'm not that committed. If I need, I'll give American Horror Story Coven a watch, but I'm not too in need. Not especially her little man. I hate his character. um, I'm trying to see. What else I watched? Stranger Things was good. I go back and watch a lot of Black Mirror episodes again. Oh, there's this like list. It's like this series of documentaries called Bad Boy Billionaires in India, and that was good. That was good. If you want to watch more scammer stuff, you should watch this series on Netflix called Unwell. That is funny. It's like some scammers in there, and it's just funny how some people are just so weird. Um, I watched Selling Sunset, but Selling Sunset, okay, it's weird because it's like, okay, is this 100% fake or is it 50% fake? I can't. There's no in between. If you ask Christine, she's like, "Oh, everything on the show is fake," because she doesn't want to take any accountability for her weird actions. She's like, "Oh, everything's fake. Everybody's just against me." And she. One minute she's playing a part, next minute she's being real. She's like, "No, everything about me is so real." And then she'll say, "Oh, but I'm playing a fake character on the show. Like that's not." And then so how is it both? How are you saying Black Mirror is boring? Okay, you will not be sitting around the campfire during the apocalypse. Like what? Oh, I watched The Bear. I watched The Bear literally like a few days ago. I binged it. It was good. It was intense though. I was like, do people who cook our food really be having on no hairnet and no gloves? I mean, because this is the thing. I'm like, I know in other countries, like sanitation be off the walls even more. So I'm like, is it bad to be like always wanting to make sure people who are cooking are like in hairnets and gloves and masks from day one? Like, I can't believe that in the kitchen people just be talking over our food. Like, so the museum episode towards the end got triggering. It got very dark. But other than that, it was a good episode that I had been dodging for a while. I don't know. Like I recently watched that museum episode. But when I watched it, I was like, "Oh, this was really good," even though it was a bit heavy. Yeah, Black Mirror, they be taking a while to put out stuff. I've watched that Black Mirror movie with or the episode with Miley Cyrus. I watched that like 2 or 3 times. That one's fun. The only Black Mirror episode I can't watch too much is the social media one where the girl was like losing ratings like as the day went on. That one was making me feel so sad. Like it's just like everything kept backfiring on her. Like I don't like to see that. Like I need people to have like peaks and valleys. Like I can't see them just going downhill the whole time. I just be feeling too bad. Like give me something. The Black Mirror episode that I watched again was the one with Damson Idris. First of all, I didn't even know when I first watched it. I had no idea who Damson Idris was. So when I watched it again, I was like, "Oh snap, that's Damson." So that was one. The Black Mirror episode that a lot of people like is wait, is it Kill the DJ? I can't get into. Let me go to the list of them because Black Mirror is a bit like some of them. I don't like all. I don't understand all of them. Okay, so it's 5 seasons, but it's not a lot of episodes. Okay, so in the first season, the national anthem episode is good. The 15 million merits, I have no idea what that's about. I would have to watch that again. The entire history of you, I think that was a little too much happening. I have to rewatch that because I can't really remember. Be right back. Oh, there's some of them I don't remember here. White Bear was pretty good. Yeah, a lot of these are all worth rewatching because honestly, with White Christmas, I don't even remember that. It's giving. I haven't really watched a lot of these episodes as I thought. No, oh, so it's called the social media one is called Nosedive. Shut Up and Dance. A lot of people liked Shut Up and Dance, but I didn't really understand that one. San Junipero, I skipped that. Like I started watching it and then I had to skip it. Man Against Fire, I think I skipped it. A lot of them that I ended up skipping, when I go back, I ended up liking them. USS Callister was good. Hang the DJ was good, but the name is so misleading. Like I would never watch it because I was so confused. But when I watched it, I like it. Metalhead, I couldn't get into that one, but I should watch that because given the description, it seems timely. Season 5, everybody likes Striking Vipers. I like Striking Vipers. Smithereens is the one with Idris Alba, yeah. No, Damson Idris. And then that's also the season with Rachel Ashley 2 with Miley Cyrus. I do not have Apple TV. I started watching WandaVision on my friend's Disney Plus, but then I like randomly got signed out. So I don't know if she like changed the password or something. So I didn't get to finish WandaVision, but it was getting good once I understood what was going on. Oh yeah, I should get into sex education. The only reason why, honestly, there really isn't a big reason why I didn't get into sex education. I was just only seeing critiques that there weren't many black women on the show. I think they were saying that there probably is a black woman on the show now, meaning like there wasn't a main character who was like a black woman. And you would think with a show being as progressive as like sex education, they would put a dark skinned black girl on the show. But these shows love interracial dating, and it's like interracial dating is fine, but why are we having an overrepresentation? Like, can you just have two black people who like each other? Period. Gay or straight, just please. Love, Death, and Robots. No, I never seen that. It said they got to be realistic for our British brothers and sisters. Oh, so have y'all seen You Don't Know Me on Netflix? That show? It's like this guy, this black Brit, and he's on a journey. And that's the thing. I'm purposely not saying black love because black love to me seems like the connotation is usually like religious and patriarchal. I just want to see black people in relationships with each other and dark skin. The Boys. Where's The Boys? Is The Boys on Netflix? There's so much stuff on Netflix. I don't think The Boys is on Netflix. It's on Amazon. I think my mom got Amazon. Let me see. Is The Boys a superhero film? That looks weird. Oh, it got 3 seasons. The Boys is an Irreverent take on what happens when superheroes who are as popular as celebrities, as influential as politicians, and as revered as gods abuse their superpowers rather than use them for good. It is the powerless against the super powerful as the boys embark on a heroic quest to expose the truth about the seven. I don't think I could watch that. In the trailer, they just showing somebody gouging somebody's eyes out. I cannot do that. And I think they were showing some amputated body parts. I don't think I could do it. You said it's an anti-capitalist take? Yeah, it's very graphic. Yeah, it looked gruesome from the thing. I'm like, I can't see people gouging their eyes out, but it seemed like y'all say, yeah, I should watch it. I think I might kind of have it as like background noise until I could focus on it. First of all, I started watching Nine Perfect Strangers on Hulu, and it's a little it's a little corny. I'm hungry. Behind Her Eyes, I couldn't really what episode does Behind Her Eyes get good? Because the first episode just is something that wasn't drawing me in. Yeah, the graphics seemed explicit from the little trailer as I was reading the synopsis. But I don't know. Have I seen that Paris Hilton documentary? I think I saw it. Oh yeah, I have Hulu now, so I think I was rewatching an Abbott Elementary episode like yesterday. I think I was watching the art teacher episode. It was funny. I think they were saying that the art teacher was a Gemini or something. It was funny. Everything is trash. I've never heard of it. Actually, I think I started watching that Marilyn Monroe documentary. It's really good as background noise. I would never say sit there and give it your full attention. Tyra, for some reason, I feel like you would have watched The Bear already on Hulu. I watched it. It was an entertaining show. It was, well, 8 episodes. But there's something. The reason why I was making comments on the sanitariness about restaurants was after watching The Bear. I was like, I don't know. I kind of want to pay more attention to who's cooking my food nowadays. Maryland, I would say, how many docs is Maryland gonna get? The real question is, how many docs are Princess Diana gonna get? Like, if I was Princess Diana, I would curse anybody who's made a documentary after the first two. Like, I'm not watching The Shy. I don't think I'm interested in watching The Shy. The same reason why I don't think I really like Snowfall. I get the vibe that Snowfall and The Shy are like similar acting styles or something, and I'm just not interested. After I watched one interesting Hulu documentary, it was like reading tapes or something or diary entries from Princess Diana. I found that to be really interesting. And so after that, I don't really like seeing like portrayals of this stuff too much. Like The Crown, I can't really get into The Crown because the whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, okay, is this real? Is this fake? Like, you know what? Everybody stopped talking about that show Viola Davis is on portraying Michelle Obama, a lot of people stopped talking about it after the first episode. Like, all we wanted to do was see Viola Davis's acting, which was a bit much, and then everybody stopped watching or stopped talking about it because there was more episodes for sure. But after seeing that first performance and knowing that it wasn't just about Michelle Obama, it was about like everybody and their mother who was a first lady, I was like, I'm not interested. Like literally in that first episode, Michelle Obama calls Barack Obama a coon. And I'm like, I'm just not comfortable with knowing that a lot of people just watched Viola Davis call the Dominican Barack Obama a coon. Like, did that really happen? Did Obama really call Barack a coon? Like her mouth acting was so she was just the whole film like it doesn't make sense for you to do that. Like she could have like and then the thing is with Viola Davis in that series is she couldn't even keep her mouth pierced the whole time. There was clearly scenes where her mouth wasn't that pierced and she would start talking and her pierced lips would fall. But no, did you see the interview with Viola Davis and Oprah? That was shocking. Viola Davis was talking about how like she grew up sleeping with rats, how like she was so poor she couldn't go to school because her clothes would be frozen. She would have to go to school in clothes with like pee on it because like they didn't have any way to wash their clothes and that she smelled so bad that her teacher had to ask what was wrong. Like Viola Davis, yo, she that's beyond the trenches. Viola Davis was in hell. Like, yeah, it was a lot. I was like, Viola, I know you're doing this to promote your book, but there's no way in hell I'm reading your book now after that. Like, I'm not reading more about that misery. I'm sorry. Like, she was struggling. Yeah, that's why I was like, she deserves all the peace and flowers. I don't give a damn if she's making y'all believe you can manifest the man you want. Because now people were tweeting like, "Oh well, Viola Davis prayed for the man she wanted, and that's exactly what she got." Yeah, that's because Viola Davis was sleeping with rats and was going to school smelling like pee. So she finally needed something. God said, "Here, damn, like something you could get something you asked for." So no, you're not getting the man you dreamed for because you've been fine. Okay, you're not getting anything else you want. Viola Davis needed that, okay? But other than that, I'm not reading her book because she been through way too much for me that I heard. That Oprah interview was so hard to watch. Like if God didn't give Viola her husband, she would have became atheist. Like there's she would have gave up after that. Like y'all gotta watch that interview. It is horrible. I was like, Viola, I have no idea how you're here with us today. Like it's like extreme poverty, and that's the thing. Like Viola Davis and Oprah grew up in. Oprah said Viola was poorer than her because we all know Oprah was poor. Um, Oprah said Viola was poor. Um, and Oprah is a liberal. And Viola Davis is giving liberal. So it don't matter how extreme forms of poverty you grow up in, you still don't be like, a radical. You still don't have a radical politics. So it's interesting. Yes, her doll was eaten by rats. She would hear it like, ugh. And then her dad was like beating her mom. Yeah, Poe. No, at the first, I remember I met this guy. I was on this trip, and this lawyer, he was like, "Oh yeah, I was so poor, I was Poe." Every time somebody says that, that is so funny. Yeah, they're like neoliberals. Wait, her dog? I didn't say dog. If somebody's saying what I said, somebody in chat must have said that. Nah, wondering how Oprah's biography was allowed to be there. Cause some of them be going through some dark ass stuff. Like listen to that Oprah interview with caution. So, look, I don't know what. And that's why this is not funny, but that's why they be calling it death by suicide because certain things, all of those things end up killing you by suicide. Not you listening to it and being like, I would have killed myself. Sorry. Like, that's the thing. Like, some people be sharing this with us, and I'm like, don't even tell me. Like, this is so sad. Like, don't even tell me. Because I don't know how you're still here to even tell this story. Like, some people, like, you know how in TV shows, some people don't be catching a break. In real life, some people don't be catching a break. Like, Gabrielle Union, she's one of those people that, like, to an extent, don't be catching a break because her infertility struggles are so sad. Now I would have let the roaches eat me. The rats. The rats. Not Selena. Not you wondering. That was Mittens. Not Oprah was very dramatic. Um, y'all seen the James Brown? I watched it. The James Brown biopic on with Chadwick in it. Ever since I watched that, I was like, oh my goodness. I feel like we don't really realize how a lot of like our grandparents and people before literally grew up in homes where the walls were so thin that they could probably hear their parents having sex. Isn't that like traumatizing? Because that's how James Brown grew up. He was living in a shack house and you could just see it. Like you could probably be in the room the same time your parents. That's a little bit much. Like I feel like that's why when people be talking about generational trauma, I don't even think we realize the extent to the stuff people grew up seeing. That's what they showed in the thing. Like that's one of my biggest takeaways from that James Brown movie is that kids used to see their parents having sex because they were so poor and didn't have a bunch of room, so they saw it. Like same room. That's literally what that gave. Look at Nima. No, no, that didn't happen for most people. And that's why a lot of us are still here because we can't relate. I would never want to relate to that. That's weird. And if it's not weird, you have to grow up in a very mature fashion for that not to be weird. So I think we underestimate some people's trauma, and people probably not gonna. Nobody's gonna want to reveal. Viola Davis is not gonna reveal that when she was living in that poor conditions, that she probably would hear her dad. You know, so that's another added layer of the trauma. And I wouldn't be surprised if she mentioned that in the damn book, which is why I'm not gonna read that book because once you read that stuff, you will never forget it. That's why I'm kind of a little disgusted in that James Brown biopic because I really feel like I never wanted to know that. It's different to catch your parents on accident than for them to be so poor that you don't catch them on an accident. They literally have to make the decision to not care that you can hear them is a lot. Because they know you can hear them if you that poor and barely got any different rooms. And then in Janet Jackson's documentary, she talking about how it was like 9 of them in a 2 bedroom. That's ridiculous. I am not watching. He said that Elvis biopic did not need to be made. It didn't. And of course, our problematic fave Doja got a song. I'm like, Doja, you're black. Even though the song is cute, like, why would you do a song for the Elvis biopic? Like, that didn't make sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tyler. If you walked in just now, you had to be here for the context. Yes, that's what that song was for. Isn't it in the title of the song or in the photo for the song? It said Elvis with Death Beat Doja type. Oh my god. Okay, yes. You see, I knew it could be normal. It's normal in certain places, and people don't talk about it, and I feel very, very bad. And oof, oof, ugh, I want to gag. It said, "Yeah, I went to see the house my grandmother lived in, and there was no rooms." It said, "New topic, police." Yeah, we need a new topic because I'm sick. I'm sick. Let's talk about having money. What's it like having money? But I honestly feel like when you grow up in poverty as a child, like you can handle a little more. That's why I don't understand how the adults handle it. Like, but it's different when you get a taste. Like when you're poor and you get a little taste of money, then you realize like, damn, like that sucked, and then you never want to go back. I feel like it would be more traumatizing if you poor, get a lot of money, have a new way of life, and then you back poor. No, that's when people just decide to take it. Oh, so SZA's gonna do a persuasive remix on Doshi's song. That sounds like that would be good. Didn't Elvis have an odor? Didn't everybody like? I feel like 50% of the population around that time still had an odor. They was figuring it out. I feel like first of all, I feel like a lot of us are still poor. Like we're not like Viola Davis poor, but I think a lot of us are still poor, but we just have some more sanitary conditions. Because that's the thing. The only thing with me is I just need sanitary conditions. It don't matter. I don't need to be making $100,000 or more. As long as I have sanitary conditions, I'm good. It said leave. Oh my god. Yeah, life is expensive. Many of us like the rent is still pricey. Jenny Bean, you must have just joined 2 seconds ago. We on the next chapter. Yeah, I don't understand how people be having kids right now. Like I probably make still like 50,000 a year or a little under or a little over, and I could not afford to raise a kid and have my own place. I would be raising a kid in a studio. I wouldn't be able to raise a kid in a one bedroom by myself. Like me being able to afford to eat and my child, and I don't have a car, and I don't have childcare. I would not be able to afford childcare. I would need to be on Medicaid in order to afford health insurance for my child and me. So there's no way I could afford having a child right now unless I would move back home. You can't have roommates with a child. You have to live with a family member, or unless I get another single mom to move in with me. And it don't seem like single moms be roommates with each other. So yeah, is that the grandma with the baby? The grandma with the baby. Because my grandma will probably have to try to take care of my baby. Um, that's why I'm like, it's weird because somebody will dead be working. Like, you'll get a job. Say you work at H&M right now. You'll get a job at H&M, and then you'll have a coworker that's like, "Yeah, I got a kid," and it's like, how are you having this job that I have with no kids, and you have a kid? How do you be affording that? Like, how do you be affording that? And then I've had friends who are just as like making the same amount of money as me, but then they'll be having one kid or two kid, and then they'll be having designer items. And I'm like, where are you getting this money? And I know tax season comes and you'll get a little return for having your kid, but that still doesn't make sense the rest of the year. So I'm like, people with kids are probably scamming. They're probably using their kid's social security number for stuff because I have no idea how you're doing it. Listen, people are in debt. They in debt. And I'm telling you that being in debt keeps you like locked up, which is why I'm trying to get out of debt so I can have freedom. Because when you have no debt, the government, all they really could do is kill you. Because like when you have debt, like it forces you to make sure you have some income coming in so they can collect that debt. Because some debt will put you in jail, some debt will really have you down bad. It said maybe DH Gate. That's the thing. I wouldn't be mad, but still, if you're going out of your way to buy designer items on DH Gate, you still have a disposable income. I still right now, I can't shop. If I shop, I can only get maybe $100 to $200 worth of stuff a month, and that's if I don't get my hair done. I did my hair myself, so I was able to save money. But the cost of food and the cost of housing, and I don't drive. I don't have a car note. I don't have to pay for gas. I don't have to pay for car insurance. Some people be having kids. They be having a car note. They be having a car insurance. They be having student loan debt. They be having credit card debt that comes out of your bank account each month. I have no idea how you people are doing this. And some of y'all do not be living at home. So I don't understand. It's not adding up. Thanks, Nebula. It was really like I really tried to take my time when it got to the front, but I'm gonna take these out, and when I do them again, I'm gonna do the parting a little bigger, and I'm gonna enjoy that. So, okay, so it's a good thing you brought up a cat. So when I got mittens, I had all this stuff. I had pet insurance. I had a vet monthly cost. I canceled the vet monthly cost. I canceled the pet insurance. And yeah, mittens with her food is the only thing that I'd be like, damn, does she really need to eat? And her litter. Mittens food and litter be costing me like $50 a month. And then your apartments, these apartments be wanting you to pay a pet fee? No. Um, she's staring at me right now. Let me see if she comes. But yeah, having a pet is a lot. And I don't understand how people be having multiple pets. So mittens, I'm letting you know now, don't get sick because that'll be it. You will not see me on here with a GoFundMe talking about some, oh, can you get money to help me save my pet? I don't have attachment like that. I do not. Because if I was sick, Mittens would not be posting a GoFundMe talking about my owner needs help. And so that's just what it is. Cats eat so much, they be peeing all the time. I'm stay cleaning this litter. And then the thing with cats is they be biting the hand that feeds them. There's so many times when I'm like, you need to not be biting me. Cause if you get me real mad, I would get in a lift. I would drop you off in a random field and go right back home. So stop playing. You better act like you actually love me. Like, I do not care. It said, leave my niece alone. Like, pets be acting like you can't just drop them off outside. You literally can, and the issue is done. It's really done. I'm not. This is the thing. I might have to get a dog for reasons that I don't even want to even explain. But I can't. I'm not interested in walking a dog. Listen, I love my cats down. I do practice soft parenting. When Mittens bite me, I just tell her, "Don't bite me." Like I be telling her, like, I be trying to make sure she likes her food. Like I really examine how she eats. I'm like, okay, I notice she likes this. I notice she likes when the food is one place and the water is another place. But other than that, that soft parenting will leave her outside. That's a soft way of abandoning her. Is just placing her outside. Dogs are way more work than cats. I be sad and Mittens don't even come to comfort me. Like, I'm like, what's the point of having a cat if she not gonna come and comfort me? Some people be posting on social media, oh look, I was crying and my cat came, and I'm like, no. Every now and then she might come and lay on me, but yeah, soft abandonment, exactly. Is that I do not want to walk a dog. Like, when I tell you, every time I see people walking their dogs, I'm like, I know maybe some people are like, oh, when I'm depressed, maybe my dog gets me up. But if I'm depressed, that dog is not getting walked. If it's cold outside, that dog is not getting walked. I'm not walking you every day. Like, what? I don't even leave the house daily. Like, I don't always, it's not a guarantee I'm leaving the house. And that exactly. I do not want to be cleaning up after the dog on the walk. That's way too much. That is too much. I really be having to clean up after those dogs. I could completely understand, even though people be posting signs like clean up after your dog. I could see why people don't, because I would be like, I don't feel like cleaning up after my dog today. You can get a dog walker, but every day, look, wait, some of the hair is coming out like in my braids. This is why it's time to take it out. I try to do my best putting the gel so the hair doesn't pop out. Yeah, and I'm like, even cats sometimes are adjacent to babies. Like, there's sometimes where I'm like, Mittens is really acting like a baby. I'm trying to get her over here. I just dropped a piece. I'm like, come. There's sometimes when she be like, I be knowing she's a little smart, but she's not always that smart. Like, she's not able to follow. Like, I'll have a toy and I'll be dangling the toy. And if I don't throw the toy within her eyesight, she will literally have no idea where it went. And I'm like, you're not smarter than this? Look, look. Oh, I didn't get her. The only thing with Mittens is I want to travel and I'm going to need a pet watcher. She's so smart because she keeps running away from me. I'm disappointed in her intelligence a lot. Like, what are you saying? Get a roommate? I've had roommates, but I'm like, sometimes I'll be watching. The little laser pointer. I'll be trying to watch her follow the laser pointer, and she be getting so lost. I'm like, girl, what? She drinking water right now. But a roommate to watch, I live in a studio. Like if I would need somebody to actually live in my apartment, and that's hard because what if they don't have housing to leave my apartment when I need to come back? So I could see if my mom would watch the cat. That's a good thing to figure out. Or my grandma, because I had cats growing up. I'm not traveling with Mittens. Because Mittens is the type to meow the whole time on the plane or until she gets tired of meowing. But all of that is an extra expense, you know? Like, if somebody can't watch my cat for free, that's a huge expense. Mittens hides when other people come. She's not mean, but she'll hide until if I hold her when someone's coming in and I let her smell them, then she's pretty much fine. She'll act like a little far and then she's perfectly fine after she smells them. But like when maintenance and stuff come in, she'll disappear. There was one time I wasn't in my apartment when maintenance came. So the maintenance came and they had to do something really quick. So then they left. But when I got into my apartment, I could not find Mittens. I could not find her. I had this hole covered up so she couldn't get into a hole that she typically goes in. I checked everywhere. My apartment is but so big. So I'm like, where did she go? And I was like, well, did she run out the door when maintenance came? So I started to check the hallways to see if was in the hallways, and I could not find her. I was walking around the apartment saying Mittens, 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 and she knows her name. She knows her name. So I was like, I'm just gonna have to wait until I get an email that says that Mittens is just running around the apartment scared. Turns out Mittens was behind my pillows. Something told me, after I checked everywhere in the apartment, something told me, check behind your pillows. Like that's the only place that's like hidden. And she was literally like in my pillows, like laying down. And I tried to take a picture. I only got a picture like of her head popping up when I finally found her. But I could not believe that whole time she did not come. But that was the only way I found her. I couldn't believe that that's where she ended up going. Like, I don't even know how she even thought of the pillows. Like, I'm thinking she'll hide in the closet. Sometimes she hides in the bathroom. She hid for her life. Like, I literally was like, I'm just gonna have to sit and wait because until I get an alert because I couldn't find her anywhere. Why would you say monkeys will kill you? Oh my god. But it was like almost like 30 minutes. I was looking for her for a good 30 minutes before I checked behind the pillows. So she was being dramatic at that point. Remember back in the days, that monkey did tear apart that woman's face. And did y'all seen that hairstylist Justin that Megan Thee Stallion used to have? And he had like two monkeys running everywhere. He had them monkeys. They was like jumping off everything. Jonathan got those two little monkeys. But even how he would show the monkeys on Instagram was still a bit much. Like those monkeys required a lot of attention. Okay, now you want to come over here? Like she was hiding. And that's the thing. One thing she gonna do is meow, and that is a lot sometimes. And she be scratching up my furniture a little. Catnip don't really work on her. I've gotten two different types of catnip, and she doesn't be like high on catnip. Oh. And then sometimes she do scratch me. Like when she try to jump away by accident, she scratched me. I just like that Mittens kind of has this thing on her nose on this side. She is very vocal. Like sometimes it's too much. I just be like, please. Because I do know some, it said Mittens, blink twice. I do know some cats like barely ever make a noise, but Mittens is going to talk. Yeah, I don't think Matnip. I think the lady giving me another place to work at. I know this lady did not give me a schedule at 10 p.m. talking about some tomorrow. It said return to sender. That's what I'm like. I'm like, if she watching the live, she gonna see that I'm disappointed. It said this is why we need labor laws. Okay, I have to. I thought she was saying I had to be there tomorrow at 7 a.m. I have to be there tomorrow at 3 p.m. You won't break my soul. It said never let them know your next move. It's 10 p.m. Hit. 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 Ooh. Mm. Thank you. I'm about to take more allergy medicine. Yeah, Claritin never worked for me. Allegra never worked for me. Zyrtex don't really work. Mucinex, I don't know what Mucinex do. I've taken it before, but I've only taken it when I literally had a lot of mucus. Like when I would cough and you would hear the mucus, that's the only time I took Mucinex. That's what he says. So monkeypox popping off for real? Yes. You haven't seen the videos? It's popping off. We about to get COVID pox is what is about to happen. Everybody tighten up. I showed you all the materials. Quick review. You get your spray, get your gloves. But I'm gonna go to work because we need 2 to 3 streams of income right now to survive this inflation. This little job, this front desk job I'm doing will allow me to edit videos while I'm getting paid, read books, study Spanish so that I can have some extra money for food and to create my safety kit, period. I talked to an accountant today. I talked to an accountant so I could get my YouTube income in order because them taxes are finna come out. The taxes. Um, and I really got this job to make sure I have enough to cover taxes. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay, continuing. Get your masks. Get your K95 mask. You can go to bonafide.com masks. Well, I don't know if it's bonafide.com, but it's bonafide masks. Get you some masks. Go to your grocery store, get your masks. Get some of these. If y'all ever see me out in the street, we gonna be doing a wipes and hand sanitizer check. Hopefully you pass the test. Okay? And period. Changing the language on your phone doesn't really help you learn faster because it helps you learn. It helps you pick up on certain things, but I can't speak to the things that I've saw on my phone. Yes, Shonda, everybody got to have everything. We should have been having everything from March 2020 on forward. We should have never been running out of everything. It said then Vaseline and lotion. um yeah, I'm going to that job with my gloves. But I like that it's at 3 p.m. though. I told her I like evening time, so that's cool. So I'm gonna go to work. Oh, it's to 10 p.m. and I have a meeting at 7:30, but it's cool because I'ma just do the meeting while I'm at the desk. Cause this is I'm angry. This is why I push certain things back. Oh, but I'm off. So what's tomorrow? Oh, so tomorrow's Wednesday, right? No, tomorrow's Tuesday. So I'm working Tuesday and Wednesday, but the meeting I have is on Wednesday night. Or is it Thursday? I think it's Wednesday. I'm not rescheduling it again. I'm gonna just take a break. I'm gonna just take a break. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, the meeting I have is tomorrow is Wednesday at 7 p.m. And supposedly I'm gonna be working at the desk at that time, but I'm gonna just take a break. I do not have COVID right now. I've never had COVID, hopefully. Yeah, the small lights. I would say get out. The only reason why I don't know about people getting the small Lysol spray is because it runs out really fast. So if you're using it a lot, it's gonna run out so fast, and you're gonna have to buy another one. And it might just be big bag season where you carry a big bag and you carry your spray. But it depends. Are you talking about the mini Lysol or the one that's like this big but it's smaller than the big one? It said when I fail it's because my wipes just finished. That's funny. It depends. Essentials only run out when everybody else is scared. Right now, essentials are fully stocked. Okay. Crystal, now you having COVID right now? You see, sometimes it be family. Like you literally can't escape this stuff. Mhm, mhm. I could probably take the train to this place. I was thinking about getting a lift. I'll take a lift. No, no, no. I'll take the train and then I'll take a lift home. And then when I'm on the train, I'm gonna just stand up the whole time. I'm not sitting on them seats. Let me not forget. But that's the thing. We don't know the difference. When people get COVID, you're not getting tested to let you know, okay, do you have the original COVID? Do you have the Delta? Or do you have the Omicron? Because it's not like any of those things went away. They didn't go away. That's the thing that's the reason why I'm looking at people so confused is that these things did not go away. We just don't know which strain people are getting. Also, this is random, but when I go to work, I cover my hair just because I don't want to be having conversation with people like, "Oh, I like your beads." Like, girl, just get your package and go. Like, I'm not trying to have this discussion. Mask mandates dropped in Trinidad yesterday. Ours dropped like a month ago or something. Exactly. Imagine having COVID and monkeypox. I feel like honestly, okay, this is one thing. When COVID came out, people acted like you couldn't get the common cold. People act like you couldn't get the flu. People act like you couldn't get pneumonia. People acted like there isn't other things in the world that you can get sick from. So it was really odd to me to see people trying to rush back to not wearing masks, not washing their hands, when you can get sick from so many other things if you don't get COVID. And then you can get multiple things at the same time. So I'm just so confused. And then even more confused when celebrities post that they're sick. Stop telling us. Like just the other day, I seen a celebrity be like, "Oh, I got the flu." Like, just be sick in peace. Why are you announcing to us that you was doing reckless behavior that got you sick? So I feel like people are honestly, everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so overwhelmed." I'm like, yeah, there's so many things to be overwhelmed about. And instead of like, it's so weird that when people are overwhelmed, they do reckless behavior instead of like precautions. How are you overwhelmed about inflation? How are you overwhelmed about variety of viruses? How are you overwhelmed about racism and etc.? And instead you go to the club with no mask, no nothing. How? People be overwhelmed and then don't try to do anything else to like alleviate one thing. It's like I'd rather I'd rather be completely reckless than follow one precaution or two precautions or three precautions. I'd rather be completely reckless than to change my ideology and band together with people who think like me. Like it's just like I'm so confused. Like I'm so confused. And there are people who do get stuff from roommates. And it's like I feel like a lot of people have given up on having conversations with roommates on like some people still do it, and of course some people are going to do what they want to do. But I'm like you might really want to actually like it's just it seems like it's uncool to take certain things serious. Like when you see videos of people at festivals, like it just seems like people don't want to be the only one with a mask in a photo. I would love to be at a mask, like wearing a mask at a festival, because then I get to like sing as much as I want and nobody's looking at my mouth. Thanks. And yeah, over the period of my life, I probably had 13 to 15 different roommates. So I've had a bunch of roommates, and I just stopped having roommates during the pandemic. So I couldn't even imagine starting to have roommates when the pandemic started. And that's why I'm like, again, I know young people are gonna do whatever they want, but for whatever reasons, but I'm sorry. If you are college age, you have to start unfortunately thinking for yourself. Meaning, if your parents are forcing you to go to college, tell them to write you a two-page paper on why going to college right now is beneficial. Tell them to do their research and tell them to, unless you're becoming a doctor or something, they need to explain to you why going to college right now is beneficial. If you are a teenager and you think your life is going to be over because you're not in the dorms, like please look into something else. Like literally like look up real stories to help you, because all you're going to do is be in the dorms, catching COVID, being depressed about your workload. Like it's like living in college dorms is not that fun, and all because you've seen it in a couple of movies and it's been your dream to live in a dorm. Somebody tweeted it, but it's like, oh, if you had a dream at 15, that does not need to be the dream the rest of your life. Like that does not have to be the dream the rest of your life. This is very risky behavior, and a lot of money is being wasted. Look, I moved out of the dorms my sophomore year. My sophomore year, I moved into apartments and I was sharing apartments with roommates because it saves you $3,000 in my specific situation. If you are already a low income college student, you are going to probably want to consider living at home. Living at home might be hell, but living at home is way better depending on your situation. Unless your parents are literally beating you and starving you, is better living at home than spending thousands of dollars through debt to be living on. Some dorms be having mold. Some dorms be having cement walls. You look like you're in a prison, a jail. So it's like literally look at this stuff. Like stop looking at stuff through rose-colored glasses. Look at this stuff for what it is. They're charging you thousands of dollars for meal plans, for housing that is trash, for professors that are trash, for an education that 1 minute is online, 1 minute is in person. You want me to pay tens of thousands of dollars for an online education? No, Zoom is depressing. And then you spend tens of thousands of dollars for online school. You paid tens of thousands of dollars to be in like horrible dorms just to graduate and not be able to get a job. To get a job that's paying you 40, 50,000. You could barely get internships. You in school having internships where you never know if you're gonna be in person, have a mask on or whatnot. Then you have to commute if you gotta go to your job or your so it's like we are like this everything is looking so blatant to me on why people need to like make different decisions. And people are not because, oh, going to college is what everybody else did. Yeah, that's what everybody did before a pandemic, and you're still choosing to make that bad decision during a pandemic. And I only understand if your parents are forcing you. If your parents are not forcing you, I need you to start thinking for yourself sooner rather than later. Like, and this is why student debt is so predatory. Of course, a 17-year-old is not going to know to take out thousands of dollars of debt to go to school. Of course, an 18-year-old is not going to know. So it's too late for some of y'all. It's too late, and I feel so bad. And I for sure as hell would not go to grad school right now. Because people and then you can even read about it. Going to grad school during a recession is not smart because first of all, you're gonna go to grad school to get that little extra padding for your resume or whatever. But they're not gonna hire you because they're already paying senior workers here. They already fired the entry level people like you. They already fired the people that you're trying to be, and they're trying to continue to pay the senior level people who have grad degrees, and they don't have money for you. So it's just like a lot of people are trying to go to school and take out debt to like um try not to face the reality of the job market right now. And the job market right now sucks. The courses you have don't take financial aid. That's ridiculous. If you have debt, like sometimes it's better to have no debt and then be struggling to find a job than to have debt and struggling to find a job. Because them debt payments are gonna come regardless if you have that job or not. So it's just like we keep hearing about people struggling to find jobs because they believe that, oh, if I go to college, I'll be able to get more experience. If you are not going to college to study something very specific that will guarantee you a job, I'm sorry, but it's going to be tough. And some people, of course, there are always going to be a percentage of people that graduate and get a job. That's what social media shows us. Social media shows us everybody whose life seems to be working out just fine. And social media does not show us the reality of a bunch of us and people in the chat that are like, oh, I'm poor, I'm facing houselessness, I have a degree, I'm in debt. That's the stuff we don't see. We keep thinking that, oh, I'm going to live that life like that TikToker who said, a day of my life working in tech. And look at you, still never haven't gotten a tech job and probably ain't never going to get one. And then if you get one, you're going to see the reality of a bunch of people who are still unemployed. So it's just like I just really want young people to stop going to college right now unless you are going into a very very specific field. If if you are going to college undecided right now, I'm sorry, but that's like the most unwise, unsmart thing to do, especially right now. First of all, nobody should be going to college paying money to be undecided. Even when I was in college, I thought that was ridiculous. Like, why are you here and you don't even know what you're going to do? Why did you start paying money and you don't even know what you're going to do? But now, during a recession, you're in undergrad and you're at a liberal arts school and you're undecided. You're just getting into debt for fun and vibes, like just vibes. If you are going to a specific school for a specific degree because you miraculously know what you want to do for the rest of your life at 17, 18, which none of us, I'm basically in a career switch right now because I don't want to do my nonprofit stuff. And most of my resume is built on nonprofit stuff. You can't just switch careers without having experience. You have to start gaining experience. And most of the time, when you gain experience, it's unpaid or low paid ways that you're gaining experience before you get a job. I don't have the time to start gaining experience in other stuff when you need a job now. So it's just really ridiculous how especially the older people that are trying to guide us are not being honest. Things have been bad before 2020. In 2015 when I was going to college, someone should have told me to go to community college first if I'm going to go to college at all, then transfer. And when I transfer, I better know what the hell I'm gonna do. And it's perfectly reasonable for people who are from the ages of like 17 to 25 to have no idea what they want to do. It's ridiculous that we're people are taking out debt when their ideas of what they want to do are likely to change because that is human. And then you're getting penalized when you do want to change what you want to do. You're not at fault if you go to college for 4 years thinking you wanted something else and then now you want something else. You're not at fault, but it makes you at fault because now you in debt and you need a job and you can't afford to be changing up your ideas. Yes, if you get in a scholarship and you get in a full ride, then sure, have fun. You can have all the vibes you want because it's not on your dollar. But if you are taking out debt, you better sure as hell know what the hell is going to be at the end of that rainbow. And yeah, so it's like we keep like scavenging for these jobs and it's not enough. And a lot of these jobs are so fake anyway that when you do this job, you be looking like this is all I do. I honestly feel like 9 times out of 10, if a job is completely online, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Like why how do some of our jobs be having no actual like physical presence? Like that's so weird having a job that like physically you can't even see. Like if the internet stopped working across the world tomorrow, a lot of our jobs will have no trace. And that's weird to me. And then you could lie about school. You could lie. If there's certain schools, there are certain jobs that do not ask for an official or unofficial transcript. You could put whatever the hell school you went to in your damn resume or on your LinkedIn. You could lie about your GPA. Some of these jobs are not checking. Like, so it's not even, it doesn't even matter. There's some people, of course, some of us are not white men. But if you a white man, some of the times you could lie. There was white men who were getting away for years about lying, saying that they went to Harvard and they didn't. So if you black, you gotta like be regular. Say like you could lie, say you went to Rutgers. Lie. You could even lie and say you went to my school, American University. They do not be checking. So it's like they don't even check once you do all of this to get your degree. It's not like they're like, oh, like let me see the proof. They're not asking for proof. So what is the point? Unless you're gonna be a medical student, of course they're gonna want some proof. But all you gotta do is lie. They're not asking for transcripts. Yeah, they don't ask proof of they don't ask proof. This job that I'm doing right now, the lady has not even met me in person. She had a few phone calls with me and that's it. I did my first shift and she didn't even ask, she still hasn't even seen my ID. Like she telling me where to show up tomorrow. She it's like my last job, like some jobs have you fill out like a W-2, right? Or a W-9 or whatever. A W-9. But other than that, the information on there got to be accurate. And then other than that, you smooth sailing. You put any bank account for the direct deposit and you done. Finding remote jobs seems like it's going to be really hard to find remote jobs because everybody and their mom is looking for a remote jobs. And a lot of jobs are trying to get y'all back into the office. Y'all seen that article talking about some Gen Z likes office work? That is a blatant lie. Like that was a lie. Like that was payola. Somebody paid to get that article written. They said, yeah, I think I'm a lie now. Thank you guys. And as long as your lie ain't like, oh, I know how to like do plumbing, and you don't even know how to plumb. Like a lot of these jobs, like you don't even be having to show physical proof of certain things. Especially lie because a lot of these jobs don't even be responding to you once you apply. So say anything. Say anything honestly to get okay. I saw this one TikTok and this girl said if you apply for a job online, a lot of these jobs sometimes get so overwhelmed with the application sometimes all you have to do is call and be like, hey, yeah, I haven't you all said I have an interview coming up, I'm just trying to make sure what day the interview is, so then you'll get them to give you an interview because they are like, oh yeah, I forgot you had an interview. So that was a good tip. I say somebody try it. If you apply to a bunch of jobs and you waiting to hear back for an interview, just call them. If they say like if they specifically tell you not to call, then don't call. But if they tell you to call, be like, "Oh, hey, like I have an interview coming up. What day was it?" And see if they really give you one. Because some of these places do just be overwhelmed. Like I've had, even when I was like working, like there's so many times where leadership forgets they thought they did something they didn't, and all you got to do is act like you was about to do it. Yeah, call the recruiters. That's if anybody answers the phone. Exactly. For this front desk job, I just asked the girl at the front desk. I was like, "Are y'all hiring?" Because I was always interested in doing something like that. She was like, "Yes." It's a, "Hey, I missed a call from you guys." That's a good one. That's an even better one. Be like, "Oh, I missed the call, and I'm just calling back. I recently applied." That's a good one. Um, but yeah, it doesn't look like I'll be working in my building, which is what I wanted. I wanted to work the front desk at my building, so I barely had to commute. But it seems like she's putting me at a place that's not in my building. Like I went out of my way. I lied. Like I lied about where I lived and everything to so they could put me in this building. But it seems like she's not gonna put me here. But it seems like a spot in my building might open up if if somebody quits. So fingers crossed somebody quits and then she has me work in my building. But that's everybody start looking at front desk jobs. Like I feel like it's so good. Like some people don't like it. It depends if you like it. I'm the type of person I don't mind sitting at a desk and just logging packages. Like that's really all you do. Um I was there, I was able to read books, I was on my phone, I was like checking my channel and stuff, I was checking emails. So you need to do jobs that don't require you to be actually doing stuff. Like I didn't, and that's the thing. That's the reason why I was so hesitant to like apply for like real jobs with salary. Cause salary jobs, you be having to show up to meetings, you be having to type up documents. I didn't want to do all of that. I didn't want anybody asking me to type up a document. I didn't want anybody seeing if I called this person to check on this person. I didn't want the meetings, the staff meetings, the icebreakers, the this, the that. No. And then in 3 months, I'm gonna be like, look, I've been a perfect employee for 3 months. Give me a raise. If you don't give me a raise, I'm gonna quit. Okay. I cannot wait until I ask for a raise and they try not to give me one. I'll be like, I'll quit right now, honey. This is supplemental income. I'll quit right now. Exactly. Like, oh my goodness. I wish part-time jobs paid better because that's what I would have been interested in, like a salary job that was part-time. Yes, Niles, you're are 3 hours late. Like I'm trying to wrap it up. I wish there was part-time jobs that were part-time salary. Like if you were giving me a part-time job and the salary pay was like 25,000 a year, 30,000 a year, I wouldn't really complain because that's what they'd be trying to give you for full-time jobs. But if you was to do a part-time job with like say a $30,000 salary and like benefits, if they started rolling more of those out, they would actually be able to keep people. Because many of us would work part-time, be less stressed, we could finesse a roommate and be living. And of course, if the part-time job want to give more than that, kudos to you. But these full-time jobs trying to pay you 30,000, 40,000 for all your time, they be wanting you to show up, commute, all of this. Like, people got to get real. Maybe that needs to be what we start demanding. Is that needs to be a little part before we start demanding even bigger things. Like, we need part-time salary positions. So we was talking about Target before. I think we was talking about Target in the Discord. Target be working us to the bone, I hear. Y'all be having to do everything at Target. A work from home salary job right now is gold because you can get away with a lot. I wouldn't mind if I had to type some documents or whatever and attend some meetings if I was salary, because then I would be asleep. I'll go get my nails done. Because it's hard to get fired sometimes. It's hard to get fired depending on the job. But I became so stressed at Target. Technically, doing YouTube is freelancing. Oh, Crystal, are you still Crystal? If you're still in the chat, if you need a new accountant, I know an accountant, a black woman. She really good if you're looking for a new accountant. Mitten's acting all wild because I'm eating a cookie. Mittens always want my food because she be thinking I'm eating something that she could eat. And then when I let her smell it, like if I'm eating a fruit and I let Mittens start acting like she want the fruit, and I'm like, you don't eat fruit. And I'll have her smell it, and then she'll realize that she don't eat it. You don't like sweet things. Cats don't eat this stuff. And it was funny because I like slightly considered working at Target because I was like, oh, it probably wouldn't be that bad to work at Target. But everybody was like, no, Target will work you to the bone. Life really is a scam because I'm like, I can't believe our parents really be having us and then be perfectly fine with knowing that now at some point we have to work for the rest of our lives. Like, I feel like you shouldn't want your child to work. You shouldn't be raising your child to work, you know? I think a graphic design degree could be beneficial, but you could go a self-taught route. I don't think you necessarily have to get a degree. If you go at Min just bit my leg a little bit. She'll like nibble on my leg. She'll be like, it won't be like a full-on bite. And I don't know why she does that. But anyway, I think people can start looking into being self-taught. You would of course have to be very proactive and make sure that you like go to you have legit courses to make sure you're learning the right stuff. But that could also come from talking to people at the jobs you want and figuring out what they learned and what they're proficient in and just becoming proficient in those things. And then if you self-teach yourself and then you lie about what school you went to, but the skills you have are actual skills and you just lying about your school, this is what we're talking about. You could literally self-teach yourself and at the end put some schooling. Girl, you don't even have to be honest about political science. You could say, oh, you could lie about graduating with a political science degree, but if you read certain books and then you create some writing samples, that's it. Like that's literally it. Look, she running. Like you just gotta make sure it look good. Cause I feel like graphic design is something you could really learn on your own. Cause even as myself, like there be stuff like in order to try to start making better thumbnails, I'm just gonna go on like a little class. I'm gonna take some online classes on Adobe and period. That's it. And said that is fraud. That is only fraud if they find out. Um, because what else was I thinking? Like yeah, even like doing certain hobbies give you skills that you could end up using on your resume. So it's like when you get certain skills through hobbies, that's the same thing. I wish I could record Mins right now because she's literally doing the same thing I told y'all, where like she don't understand how to follow this laser. I love Canva. I feel like whoever created Canva is so rich. Like billions of people. I think like over a billion people use Canva. It's only theft if they realize what's missing. That's why I'm like, look, depending on if I was like a cleaner, for example, remember that girl? There's some girl on here would make video. This one girl made a video on how people was stealing from Paris Hilton house, and it took her months to even notice they were stealing from her. Um, so that's the thing. If I was a celebrity house cleaner, I would really get to know like what will they miss and what won't they miss. Because I'm not gonna act like I'm not gonna steal. Like I'm not gonna act like, oh, if I'm cleaning a celebrity house, the only if I won't steal from them is if they be clocking everything. If they be clocking everything, of course I'm not gonna steal it. If I'm cleaning at somebody's house and they never even remember stuff, I'm taking it. And then if I don't like the celebrity, I'm gonna get you robbed. I'm gonna have other people come. If you're Diddy, if I'm house cleaning for Diddy, I'm gonna get you robbed. I'm gonna get you. I'm not gonna do it. You probably had me sign an NDA, but who know? Who's gonna know it was me who leaked the information on how to get into your house? Like I would get him robbed. If they're racist, I would like, and this is why people don't hire black people because they probably think that not because we steal because we're bad, they probably think we'll steal out of retribution. That is probably the key. Because what if I was ever trying to get a job to clean a white person's house, a rich white person's house, they should know I'm going to plot on them. Like I'm not gonna be this beneficial. What is it? I'm not gonna be this like Negro who's trying to prove to you I'm trustworthy. No, you're racist. I'm gonna get you robbed. To freedom. To freedom. Exactly. That's why I'm like, we don't steal because we're evil. We're stealing because it's reparations. Like they know we have a lot to take back. He said, "You're never gonna get a housekeeping job." Because these rich people we have is so much access, you could literally just take it, and some of them won't even know. They got they have insurance anyway. That's why when like rich people get robbed and they're like, "Oh, like it's just a betrayal of trust." Like, yeah, it's just a betrayal of trust. They have insurance. They'll be okay. Just and that's the thing. If you're stealing, like don't take something like irreplaceable. Like if they've had this heirloom in their family for years, unless you're trying to be spiteful, like again, if you're at Diddy's house, I don't care if you take his great grandmother's rocking chair. I don't care if you smash it. Do whatever you got to do. But if you're stealing from like I don't know, if you house cleaning at SZA's house, she hasn't done anything so bad for you to like steal a family heirloom. But if you at Diddy house, take whatever you need to take. Justin Bieber. Yeah, if you at Justin Bieber house, to be honest, I don't really care if you steal something sentimental. He be doing too much with black culture anyway. It just depends. That remember in the help the lady planted a ring to see if her maid would take it. That is so oh my gosh. That is so evil. You said I would not rob Anne Hathaway. That is funny. Exactly. When they were looting in Soho, I was like, girl, if y'all don't turn off them cameras, who cares? Who cares? Everything in Sephora is literally what is it? On what's the word? Insured. It's literally insured. So when they be trying to Did y'all see that video of this Ulta worker who tackled somebody stealing and like broke her nail? And immediately they were like, "Girl, never do that. Don't do that again." And they were like, "She might get fired for it." Let me see. Let me see if I can show you that video. This woman literally tackled somebody who was stealing from Ulta, and they were like, "Girl, don't intervene." Yes, I still have the video. I saved it. Hold on. Wait, pause. Okay, hopefully I can hear everything. Let me put it on my face. You can see. It's another footage. I'm gonna show you another angle. But listen, listen. They're like, "Are you okay?" They were like, "Don't ever try to do that again, girl." And they literally have a different angle. They said, "Never try to do that again, girl." Let me see if they still got up the security footage angle.
Girl, are you okay? Oh my god. Oh my god. I got it all in the
She's saying all her nails came off. Where is the security footage? They probably took it down. 'Cause there was literally, yeah, she said she posted another angle where you could see it from the top and they took it down. The girl was literally like rolling over with the person who was stealing. And they were like, "Don't do that." All you hear is banging. Like the girl's TikTok is that THATROSE girl GIRL 95. If you want to see it for yourself on TikTok. Like I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes when I saw the store footage and you literally see that girl rolling around with the person. The person didn't end up taking anything because she got everything from them. But it was like at the cost of your life. Like they could have turned around and shot you. You look exactly. You look so foolish. Like I bet you she was embarrassed when everybody was like, "Girl, why did you do that?" Like, and people were like, "She might lose her job for that," and I was like, "That is so embarrassing." Not $11 an hour. She better had not. Let them steal. They literally tell you, let them steal. Unless you're a security guard. There was another TikTok of some security guard who got his lip busted. He was like, "Yo, I had to do my job for real one day." He got his lip busted. He had blood on his shirt. I was like, "You see? If you are actually the security guard, you never know when you actually gonna have to do some work." Stab, shot, choke. Oh my god. The most I'm gonna do is get on my yeah, I'm calling for backup. And you ain't even really pressed the button for the one. Oh my god. I remember when I worked at H&M, this girl, she was working on the men's floor. She came upstairs. She was like, "Yeah, some guy just picked up a whole a whole thing of jeans and walk. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like it doesn't make any sense. Now if there's no contact and no concrete proof, the customer can say it was a song. Oh my goodness. Like this is why all of this stuff is like a performance. Like all the stuff in store is literally insured. Like you're literally paying for it for fun. Like this is funny. Ulta Avenger. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's why it sucks when some people take their job too serious because it's like, girl. But no, white people do steal a lot. Some of them steal for like the adrenaline, not even for need. They don't even be stealing for need. It's just adrenaline. Oh my goodness. And now, now wait, there's this TikTok of this person who worked at CVS, and they were like, "Oh, let's just play it."
Since y'all wanted an update so motherfucking bad, nah, I'm just kidding. Here's the update that nobody asked for.
Wait, let me go to the original video.
So I'm a cashier at CVS, soon to be motherfucking supervisor. Stop playing, but that's gonna have his time. Well, basically, fucking my closing supervisor didn't show up today. Did a no con no show, and then the morning supervisor is like, "Fuck this! Like this shit always happens to me." So I'm like, "Fuck this company! I'm gonna just leave." So bro left me his keys. He said, "I'm gonna leave, and you do what you gotta do. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't really care honestly. I closed the fucking door for my break and my lunch. You got me fucked up. This shit is getting shut down. I'm not about to fucking not take a lunch. Got me fucked up. I'm not getting paid enough. But yeah, I don't know. I already know bitches is press standing out there like.
Okay, so then they gave us an update.
Since y'all wanted an update so motherfucking bad, nah, I'm just kidding. Here's the update that nobody asked for. So basically, I closed the store. I closed it by myself, and yeah, everything was good. You know, I didn't get robbed. I didn't get killed. Thank God. Period. But so yeah, I closed the store. Left at 10. Then I came back to work today at 2. Actually 4 because I came late. Oops. But yeah, so my manager talked to me. He's like, "What happened? Like, I want to know what happened because he didn't know that I was here by myself. I guess the only way he found out was because I got a bad review because somebody said that I left for 15 minutes. Snitch ass bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he wasn't mad at me. If anything, he said that instead of getting supervisor training, he's gonna up me to supervisor without the trainee. Like I'll get the supervisor pay right away, just because he appreciates me for holding down the store. You feel me? Because I'm a down ass bitch. Bitch, I held this shit down by myself. My little ass. The fuck? I'm only 5'5". Got me fucked up.
That is ridiculous. They were saying that you should. They was like you should never be at the store by yourself. That's so unsafe. These jobs. This is how like jobs are literally collapsing. Like literally, if nobody shows up, like the store won't run. And I feel like sometimes people feel like, oh no, I gotta show up because this store needs to be open. Employees stopped just showing up and then it realized that the store won't open if nobody show up. It's not safe. Like just left you alone. Um but yeah, like like other humans are realizing that like these stores will not run if people don't come. Um, just like when I quit my other job, like when I okay, so at my job, I was gonna announce I was gonna quit to like this other, and I was in a meeting and I was gonna let them know that I was gonna quit because this was gonna be my last meeting. They were gonna see me. So right before I was announcing I was quitting, this one lady was talking about how our job has a lot of turnover. And I was like, little do she know I'm about to quit. And it's like, you're worrying about the turnover, but you don't make working here good. So you're here complaining, like you're not, she's like critiquing, like, oh, like people turn over a lot here. And she was one of the reasons why I was quitting. She wasn't my supervisor, she was just some other lady. And I'm like, yeah, I'm you sitting here worrying about the fact that we have a lot of turnover, not realizing that like you are one of the reasons why I don't want to be here. So of course people are going to leave. People don't just stay working at jobs for the sake of it. You have to make it enjoyable. And you wasn't making it enjoyable. So I bet you she was, when I did announce I was quitting, she was probably like, another person, no more turnover. And yeah, and I didn't say it. I wanted to in that meeting to say, look, I'm quitting because of you and this other lady. But I just kept it cute. I kept it cute. And I feel like that good karma paid off, but I really should have went real low. I should have went real low. Um, Another one, thank you. Like people don't understand. Like the people act like you're just supposed to stay there and deal with their mess. Like, do you understand? You being messy will make sure that now you have nobody to do anything. Like, why do people, when jobs actually need you to be there, why do they treat you like is you're not worthy of being there? Because now when you quit, now they scrambling. This is why I don't understand. And a lot of us do quit to watch you scramble. And it's like now you change you're training people every day. Um so I'm like, yeah, like with this desk job, like once I'm a month in, I'm gonna let this lady know like a lot of this, like the way I got this job was really unprofessional. Like it really made me not even want this job because she was being so unprofessional. But to me, I see the job as really good, but I guess other people don't. Because I mean, I could see why the desk job is boring if you're not going to be doing other stuff. Like at this desk job, I could literally be editing. I could just be doing everything on somebody else's dime, which I enjoy. But if you have that desk job and you don't do anything else but be on your phone all day, of course it's boring. Like if you're at that desk job and you just watching movies, even though that's kind of fun, I wouldn't mind watching movies all day. But some people just don't like that stuff, and I understand. I feel like college should be online, but online school is so depressing. Like it's like you either go in school in person and you get COVID, or you go online and you get depression, like and you fall asleep on your classes. You gonna get depression in college regardless, but I'm just saying. That's why what y'all need to do is walk into apartment buildings, ask the front desk if they're hiring, and you need to get that front desk job. I feel like it's fun. But well, I just started, so let me let y'all know. I'm gonna let y'all know in a couple months if it's really that easy. Because maybe it is really boring, but I don't know. And I don't mind talking to people at the front desk every now and then. Like when I was going through the package room, I kept seeing this one lady name. So then she finally came to pick up her packages. So she was like, "Oh, this is my door number." And I was like, "Oh, I've been seeing your packages all day." She was like, "Yeah, it was like Amazon Prime or whatever, blah blah." So I was like, "Oh yeah, whatever." So like it was just like I was kind of like there are certain packages that I'm waiting for some people to pick up because I'm like, "You got too many packages in here. Come pick up your stuff." People do not be picking up their packages. There was this one person, they had like 10 packages in there. And the whole day went by and they didn't even come pick it up. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I honestly think my dad worked at a front desk in New York. So we about to be a front desk family. Not me and my dad having the same job. And this is why like um I was just like venting about how like the future is really bleak because I feel like a lot of people act like, oh, when you're young and you're broke, then like you always got to think about the future because you won't be broke someday. And I'm like, my parents have been broke all their life. Like, I don't have anything to look up to, like, oh, one day I'm gonna be like my dad. Like, I made more than my dad as soon as I graduated college. That's depressing. I was making as much as my mom damn near as soon as I like this stuff is wild. I don't know how much my mom makes now, but like a lot of us don't have like parents to look up to know everything's going to get better. We don't have parents that are like financially free. Like even if my mom is making a little more, she has a bunch of school debt too. So it's like I hate when people try to act like, oh, like it's just like you're going through a little child a young crisis, like a quarter year crisis, or it's just young people woes. No. This is the rest of our lives. Like, it's not like we're looking at our parents and being like, "Oh, it eventually gets better." It does not. Like, I hate when people try to talk to young people like, "Oh, it'll get better." It won't. Just be real with me right now and tell me it won't, and let's talk about that. Stop telling me it'll get better because it does not. And then the more money you make when you are young, you just got to give that to your parents who's still not making more money than you. So it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. You're a young person trying to make so much more money that you're able to take care of people and yourself. And that's so unrealistic. Have y'all seen that show on Netflix about the stylists? And these stylists were arguing. Let me look it up. I only watched a few episodes and then I stopped watching it. It was like pretty decent. It was these stylists. They was black. Oh, Styling Hollywood. So on Netflix, there's this show, Styling Hollywood. I watched a few episodes of it, and there is this one girl who basically takes care. She sends a lot of money to her family, and there was like a lot of arguments on her doing extra work so that she was able to give money to her family. And her boss, which was one of her longtime friends, had to like eventually fire her. And apparently, they like he's fired her a few times because of some stuff. But I really got where she was coming from. Like she was trying to balance all these jobs because she has been giving so many people, like so many other people depend on her. And I couldn't even imagine how stressful that is. Because they were saying, like, I think she makes six figures or whatever. And she wanted to make more money because she has more responsibilities. And he was like, well, I can't pay you more because I'm already paying you really well. Or whatever. So it was one of those things where I was just like, she has a lot of responsibilities. It's like it was you just have to watch it because it was basically I got where both of them were coming from because she couldn't do the job good enough for him because she was doing other jobs to make even more money than what she was. So she would have dropped the other jobs if he could give her significantly more. But he was like, I'm already paying you a lot right now. And who's to say that if I pay you more, you're still not going to be tempted to do these other jobs to help your family even more? So it was interesting. And I felt like the bigger issue is the fact that there are people that have to depend on her. And we live in a system where if you're making a lot of money, you end up having to take care of a lot of people. But that's the thing. It's like sadly you have to worry about yourself, and the main people who say that are people like Diddy, like people who end up scamming other people for their own best interest. And that's why I feel like it could be burdensome to take care of other people, but like I would never want somebody to go homeless or without food because I'm trying to focus on myself. I would never want to take money from other people because I'm trying to focus on myself. Like right now, I am definitely focusing on myself. Like there are some people that don't people some people don't really ask me for financial help, but there are some people that be trying to get me to like help them in other ways, and I'm like, help you do what? I'm barely helping myself. All you see is that I'm able to have my own apartment or whatever, but that doesn't mean like I'm significantly in a good position to like help somebody else get on their feet. Like I don't actually have that energy. So to me, more people ask me for like mental and emotional help than financial help. And I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. Like I don't know what to tell some people. I'm like, and then some people don't really be helping me. I'm like, if I was really on the brink of like, not wanting to be here, people never ask me if I need help because they feel like, oh, I could help them in some kind of way. And it's like I don't know what to do for you. Like I don't have any motivational words for you. Mittens is just all over my bed right now, just looking at me. She running. How is she running from me? Did he stay scamming artists and then want to put sell us liquor all the time? 1 minute it's Ciroc, 1 minute is Deleon, and it's like you always pushing a product. Everybody nowadays is pushing a product. Almost every celebrity has some type of product they're pushing. Stop! I hate when she does this. I was gonna try to spray at her. Stop scratching the couch. Yeah, like exactly. I be like some of y'all do be in situations where the parents just be expecting some of your check, but they've never really figured out how to be a good parent towards you. Like a lot of parents don't really, especially as you grow up, parents don't be like, oh, how do I be a better child, better parent to my child? They just think that being a parent is like intuitive. It's not intuitive. You need classes. You need. Oh my God! Stop. Like, why are you? You have a scratching post. Um, Parents be acting like, oh, it's intuitive, and then they be like, oh, well, you don't talk to me. Well, you've never actually deeply cared about who I am as a person and have tried to do your homework outside of getting me to say everything out of my mouth. Like, do your homework, figure it out, read some Gen Z articles, do whatever you got to do. But like, they just be wanting you to do all of it. And it's like, you're my parent. Be interested in having a child and be interested in what in my human beingness. And they don't. Like, I don't know, any family member that expect me to call them, you're older than me. You were here before I was. I'm not calling you. Like, I don't care. I'm not calling you if I want to talk if I want to talk to you. And then when you call me, you be like, how's school? And if I was to tell you how school is, are you gonna do my homework? Are you gonna send me money? No? Then don't ask me no questions. Don't ask me none. And that's all they do. They expect you when they call you to ask you how school, they expect you to just call them. Like, what am I calling you for? Like, you're not in school. So what am I gonna call you to ask? How's work? It sucks. I already know that. I'm not looking forward to it. So they don't be interesting. You're not even interesting. And you want me to know. We be more interesting. They want us to do all the work. You a grown man. Exactly. I'm not calling anybody older than me. That is ridiculous. You seen me grow up. Like, what are you talking about? If I'm not calling you, take the hint, okay? Or when I grew up, I was a very socially anxious child when I grew up. Like, I would cry at the drop of a dime. Like when I was growing up, like there are literally pictures of me during my birthday parties. I would cry when people would sing happy birthday and a lot of attention on me. I would always fake sleep when our family came around. I've always been a socially anxious child. So why the hell do you think that I'm going to be calling you and going to social gatherings? You've seen me grow up. That's not me. When I was younger, I would never hold conversations with you all. And I always say this, when I went to Jamaica to visit my grandfather, he wasn't he was visiting Jamaica because he got his green card to go. So I went to visit him there, and his brother and sister were there. And I was having a conversation with her in the morning, and she was like, "Oh, like, I've never seen you speak this much, because when I was a child, like I said, I never used to speak." And it dawned on me that now she's meeting me as a person who is comfortable speaking. So why the hell do some of you have that memory of me and be expecting a whole 180 now? And you never been around me as I changed. It's like the common sense is not commoning. And I'm like, I'm over it. I'm over it. And I be giving some, and I do be giving some requirements. I be telling specific family members, I am perfectly fine with doing something if we get some therapy. Put us in a group therapy session and you got it. You get you some therapy and I'm cool with doing whatever. That's my little requirement. If you want a relationship with me, let me see you doing some mental development. Because I'm not gonna talk to you and then be having to do all of that myself. So that's all I ask. And if you don't want to do that, then I don't want to talk to you. And it's like it said then be racist, homophobic, transphobic. It's just like all this stuff. And then be wanting to look at, oh, kids nowadays are so sensitive. Yeah, and I will sensitively never be calling you. Period. It's not that hard. We really don't have to talk. And I feel like that's why I feel like I'm in a lucky situation, because that's why I was so hell bent on providing for myself, because now I don't have a reason to talk to any of you. Of course, there will be some situations where, God forbid, there could be some emergency situations where family sometimes is there for you when things get really, really bad. But a lot of us are saying we rather kick the bucket than let those emergency situations happen. Um, so yeah, I'm like, look, girl, I'm not asking. I don't need to ask nobody for money. When my parents give me money for my birthday, it'd be $100, $200, because it's giving poverty all the way around. So it's not even like we be getting money from our parents. So like we can't even be asking for stuff. Oh, you got a Bahamian therapist? You said so many people in my family need therapy. My parents know if they don't act right, they won't be hearing from me how. They say y'all just like me for real. Like if you in a place where you could financially provide for yourself, your parents would be like shocked. Like, what? I really won't hear from her. It's the way I was aggressively not in my like some people be acting like the same way many of us be like trying to like many of us who are good friends. We take notice of our friends' interests. We do our own little work on like, oh, like my friend's interested in this. Like, let me do this to surprise them. Let me realize the things that my friends do or don't like so that I can not do those things or do those things. I don't know why your parents act like they can continue to do things that you don't like and you're just supposed to put up with it. Like why do you think that is healthy and loving? Like that's weird. Um Barely be remembering birthdays. Barely. I remember I was so devastated. I feel like I would just say this. I had one birthday a couple years ago. It was like, I don't know, I think it was like my 16th birthday, my 17th birthday. I want to say it was like my 18th birthday, to be honest. I think it was like my 18th birthday, to be honest. My mom bought me a red velvet cake. I have never in my life said I like red velvet cake. Everybody and their mom knows I like yellow cake. I barely like frosting on cake. So when my mom bought me red velvet cake and she was like, "Oh yeah, this is your favorite," I was like, "That is your favorite cake. You like red velvet cake. I know that you like red velvet cake. I do not like red velvet cake." And I've never requested that. How in your right mind do you bring home red velvet cake for my birthday? That was so weird to me. And I literally said, like, I this is not my favorite kind of cake. I don't like that cake. So it's just stuff like that where it's like, I don't even at that point, don't get no cake and just ask me, like, hey, what cake do you man, stop. It goes so much further to just ask me, hey, what cake do you want? And all of that could have been avoided. The fact that I had to have a whole spiral that, like, oh, you have no idea even what I like, when you could have just asked me what cake I like, and that all could have been avoided. And then when they don't care, they want to blame you. Well, you never talk. Well, you never do this. How am I the young person getting blamed for how you are treating me right now? And this is the thing. I give a lot of people, like, I understand the world context. Our parents have to work long hours for little pay, take care of kids in a fascist society. I understand that. So I give grace. I understand why parenting can suck given the circumstances of life. So I understand that. But until you can articulate that, I'm done. I'm done. No. Why do I have to articulate why you suck as a parent? I know why. I know why. Because you work all the time. My dad, he would work all the time, and he would have to leave during holidays. That sucks. I would hate to be my dad. I would hate to be my dad. He works all the time. All my dad does ever since I was born, my only memories of my dad is him working, sleeping a lot, which is why I feel like I sleep a lot, and eating food that my mom did not cook. He would bring home food that my mom did not cook, which was shady. Like, no. I would have killed him in his sleep. Don't you dare bring home food when I cook. Either you, I think I've seen my dad cook food twice. I think my dad. Okay, I've only remembered my dad cooking food for the family twice. He probably could have done it more, but I can't remember. But that says a lot. So I know what you all go through now. Now I know the situation. But I don't understand why they don't know this right now. So I'm very vocal about my distaste for mint chocolate chip ice cream. So if my mom ever brought it home, it was a personal attack on me. Some things be personal attack. Like my dad worked so much, I would never want to work that much for such little return. You work so much and you can't afford everything you've ever wanted, and all you do is work. Hell no, don't get it. But he's from a generation that my dad was telling me how when he was younger, he would go ice skating and some kids would fall and other kids would run over their hands and it would be blood on the ice rink. My dad told me how he had this typewriting job, but somebody's hand got stuck in the typewriter and they would bleed. I'm like, oh my God, like what? So some generations, they was experiencing way more worker exploitation and just some like reckless behavior. But my dad's not like Julius where he be like, oh, what that cost? Like I would ask my dad for stuff and he'll like save up for it or whatever. But yeah, I'm like, I'm not doing it. Like y'all had kids because of vibes. Y'all did not have kids because you was finna be an attentive parent. You just had a kid to have kids, really. Like my dad should be the main one when we do some worker strikes, like, oh, like because I had to work 24/7, I couldn't be there for my kids. Like that is a legitimate reason to protest. But will they ever do it? No, because they've never been radicalized. And then I was talking to my mom about quitting my job, and she was like, "Yeah, I had this job that I just stopped showing up because I was so stressed." Blah blah blah. So they be having the exact same work stories as us, sometimes even worse. They be having worse work stories. So then they think, oh, we just supposed to put up with whatever. I'm like, so you didn't hit the streets when you was being blatantly played at work, and now you're telling me not to hit the streets because I was played a fraction of it. So you telling me not to hit the streets? Okay, whatever. Like, why? Why why was the fact that I was able to go to college with a decent package, why was that an accident? You wasn't making sure I was a good student because I was a good student. My mom wasn't my parents weren't like, "Oh, you need to be getting all A's because you need to be going to college on a full ride." I don't think I've ever heard my parents say that out of their mouth. So the fact that I did that and then I did that and you still had like what? No money? I don't even now I'm thinking I don't think my parents ever even gave me money to go to college, meaning my mom would give me like $100, $200 every now and then. But it wasn't like they gave me a lump sum like, "Here, daughter, I've been saving since you were born to go to college." I didn't get that. So when my mom be like, "Oh, are you gonna get a master's degree?" I feel like she called me a slur. Like I every time she say that, I'd be like, "I'm not." Like, let's cut the conversation now. What what's that mean? Because you don't want to get me to talk about you. You cursing at me right now. Stop it. Because now I'll start bringing up your past and you ain't even ask. Don't question me. It said you should travel the world exactly with what money? Stop saying stuff like that. I would glad if my mom was like, "Oh, I had a secret saving of like $100,000 so you could get your master's. Here you go." Okay, cool. Now it's a different conversation. Maybe I'll consider it. Maybe I'll tell you I'll take the money and create an LLC and flip it instead of getting a master's. Maybe we can have the conversations. Don't come to me with no broke lips. Talk about some masters. Girl, what the hell are you saying? Did you just tell me what when I hear masters, I'm hearing you take out a loan and get into more debt and struggle to do your classwork. I'm not getting a master's and you're gonna be typing my papers? Are you gonna be attending my classes? Are you gonna be giving me any help other than vibes? Like you people are like, I just be in shock. I just be in shock. Like, you're not serious right now. They're not serious. Like, and that's why I'm so glad my parents are very nonchalant because if my parents was like some of y'all parents talking about some, oh, you need to be a doctor, or oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, I would be like, I would go ahead and change my name, change my number, and live in somewhere else, and you gonna be like, forget I exist. I cannot. Honestly, when I was younger, I keep thinking about this. When I was younger, I would visit some of my friends' house, and I'm sorry, some of y'all parents were so strict. I would go to some of my friends' house, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can never come here again, because their houses were so strict, you could feel it in the air. Or I would have I would go to some people's houses and their parents weren't necessarily strict. Their parents were mean. I had like this one friend and their mom would curse them out in front of their company. Like curse them out like they were people on the street. Like, and I would just be like, so we about to go outside, we want to go to the store. Or you go to some people's house and they're like, oh, like they'll have to do a certain amount of things before they could leave the house or whatever. And I'm like, my parents just want me home by curfew. Like my mom just begged me to do the dishes every now and then. Y'all parents be tense as hell. Oh my god, I'd be like, I need to get up out of here. Yeah. But I'm sorry, the moms that be cursing y'all out sometimes, y'all be the same ones on Mother's Day. Oh, my light, my world, my gift, my mom. I love her so much. I'm like, I just seen her curse you out like 2 days ago. You just told me how she used to be beating you with an extension cord. If my mom would have ever do any of those things to me, I would never give her no happy Mother's Day post. I will be giving her a happy Mother's Day post on CPS. I mean, ACS, Child Protective Services, excuse me. Yeah, Mother's Day of the year doesn't go to her. That's why I don't. That's why I never really. That's why I stopped. I know, like, and when I say this, I'm not saying this because I'm making it up. I'm saying it because I've seen it for myself. I've seen the same people tell me how they had to wear multiple sweatpants when they knew they did something wrong because their mom was going to beat them. And they would be the same one on Mother's Day with the paragraph. The same girls I knew who moms would leave them homeless for not following rules will be the same one with the paragraph on Mother's Day. I'm like, couldn't be me. Like, just couldn't be me. That's why I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand. Like, I'm not making this up. So that's why I'm just like, yes, I've had a bunch of friends who've been homeless because their parents are like, yeah, you can't stay here, or you did something or whatever, so you can't stay here. And and to my and from what they've told me, those situations have never been bad enough to make your child homeless. Like, I've never like, my friends have never told me anything to the point where it deserved for their parent to make them homeless. He said, "Packing my bag." Packing my bag. That's the thing. That's one thing I could say, that I don't have memories. I only have like one memory of my mom beating me, but I do not have memories of getting beat. And that's the thing. I've always been of like a pretty good child. I mean, my brother would get beat more than me, but I would never get beaten. Like, I was pretty much always on the straight and narrow. I would keep my room clean for the most part. I was As a young child, I loved to rearrange my room. I'd love to decorate my room. I never did much. Not chop to my cheese. You the chop to my cheese. Mm-mm. But yeah, I'm like, so, and I know there are a bunch of kids who are very good kids, and their parents would still find a way to beat them, still find a way to be overly critical or overly harsh. And I'll be like, you ain't got to worry about me. Okay. Spankings is just too much. And especially how when you're young, if you're young, a spanking is not gonna work because you don't think like that. The way Mittens is laid out on this couch. Wait, let me show you. Let me see. Hopefully she don't move. Look at how she lay. Like, why is she just laying like that? Don't mind my pillows because I usually cover that pillow because I don't like that flower design. But I need to get new pillow covers. I forgot what I was gonna say. I forgot what I was saying. And her stomach just resting there. And then y'all be having some parents that hold over your head, like, "Oh, I'll stop paying for your college if you don't get this major." I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sweetheart. You're gonna have to stop paying for my college, and I'm gonna drop out. Period. Like, if you gonna force, I'm not the type of person who can focus if I'm not genuinely interested. Like, I can't. I fully understand that some people are able to get degrees and things simply for the money. Like, people are able to get engineering degrees, finance degrees, and just keep going for the potential paycheck. But I can't. If I don't find it interesting, I cannot. My mom was typically on my side. I remember I was just a sensitive kid. I remember when I moved back to the Bronx, I was in seventh grade because I was in, I think, second grade. I moved to, for at the end of second grade, I moved to Florida and then I came back for seventh grade. So in seventh grade, I was in this class and it was like a remedial class. It was like a special ed kind of class. And the teacher didn't want me in that class. She was like, oh, like you're too smart for this class. So she wanted to change my class. But at that time, I was so emotional about it because I have been moving around a lot. So her changing my class, I just saw it as me having to start all over again. So I was devastated. Like she called my mom in and she's sitting there telling me how she wants to put me in a class that's more up to my speed. And I'm pouring tears. Like I'm in that class. Like if I cry, like I was just so emotional about it. So I'm like, okay, if I'm crying like this, they're gonna have to not switch my class because they see how emotionally disturbed I am, but they still changed my class. And of course I got over it, but I just remember me not understanding at that time because I was just moving around a lot. But still, I don't have, to my knowledge, I don't have any memory of like my mom communicating to me why, what I was feeling and going through. But yeah, like, so my mom's usually on my side for stuff, but oh, that's what I was saying. So yeah, children don't understand why they're being spanked. When you're a kid, you're gonna continue to do irrational things, even if you know there are bad consequences. Like it does not matter if you beat a kid. Like kids are going to continue to do like nefarious things. Yeah, people on Twitter are always arguing, "Oh, if I would have spilled this drink, I would have been beat," or like, what are you gonna do if this child breaks something?" And the answer is not to beat them. And then any kid in the Bronx that be acting up is acting up because they are in ridiculous households. Of course, a child is gonna act up if all they do is drink Welch's grape soda and eat cheese fries all day. They are not eating a balanced nutritional diet that leads for somebody to be mentally stable. Of course, a kid is gonna act up when all they see is poverty and assault around them all the time. Like, I don't it like, I grew up knowing that this one kid that was my friend was 15 and he had a baby on the way with somebody who was 21. That is enough grounds for me to act up witnessing that. That same 15-year-old gave a 40-year-old man almost a black eye, and then because we was friends with him, some other lady was acting like mad at us for how we was looking at something. Like it be kids beefing with adults. So of course in an environments like this, people are not gonna be sane. Like people be acting like kids in poverty need to deserve to be beat for acting out. You could be acting out for so many reasons. Yes, 15. 15. And she would always want to sleep with him. But at the time, it just was like, oh, it didn't even seem as weird as it is like now. Especially, I know so many of us in middle school. Well, I hope. So many of us, so many people started smoking weed in middle school, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, the vaping!" Like, girl, I knew people who started smoking weed in seventh grade and would be smoking weed like every day. So now, if you hear that somebody is, because when you in seventh grade, you're like 13, 12 going on 13, right? So now if you hear like a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old smoking weed every day, people are gonna be confused. But I'm like, didn't everybody know kids smoking weed every day in middle school? So like So it's stuff like that where I'm like, people are so unserious about childhood. Like, so it's like it feels like some adults are being willfully ignorant about young people and drugs. Like, young people be on drugs. You said I did not know any kids smoking weed in middle school. They probably just didn't tell you unless you was, not raised in poverty. Literally, I found this New York Times article because I didn't even know I was poor until I was about to graduate college, until I realized, oh, everybody didn't grow up like that. I thought everybody grew up like that. So as I was investigating, I saw this article saying how like my middle school would the poorest kids in the district would go to my middle school, and how my principal was like laundering money or something under investigation. I was like, "Oh my god, I had no idea my school was the poorest school," but it all makes sense now. Cuz now like thinking back, I was like, "Oh, well she was in a shelter." Or this person would miss school a lot cuz they probably didn't have secure housing. Like now it's all making sense. Like, "Oh, this is why certain kids really was wanting the school lunches cuz they don't eat at home." So, it was all making sense. I didn't realize. I just thought everybody, because the thing is, when I moved to Florida, it was the same thing. I was still in poverty. So I guess in my mind, the fact that I left the Bronx and like the only people that I knew was not poor was people on TV. So when I got to college and I would just casually see people with money, I was like, you have money when you're not a celebrity? And then I would think like, oh, maybe their parent is a celebrity, which is why they had. I did not know regular people had money until college. I was like, oh, you could be not a celebrity and have money. I just thought only celebrities had money. So it was just like when I literally when I got my freshman year of college, I was still spelling things wrong. I was spelling I didn't know that brung wasn't a word. So I was typing a college essay and I said brung and it's highlighted it in red. And I was like, wait, brung not a word? And it was brought. I was like, oh, it's brought. I was like, oh, brung is not a word. So, sweetheart, y'all be thinking I'm the smartest thing out, girl. I got smart in college. I had no idea what was going on. Girl, I had A's, I had straight A's, but they was uh public education, failing school straight A's, okay? Like, girl, I was poverty smart. I was not like for real smart. My A plus is a C plus at somebody else's school because I barely even did homework and was able to get straight A's. Even though I was look, your honors English is not real honors English. I was like, why nobody told me? I'm terrified. I do not want to read any of my high school essays. Who knows what the hell I was writing? Okay, I was giving full AAVE M dumb high school essays. Okay, because I wouldn't be surprised. No, my freshman year of college, I was in this club, right? I was in this club, and in the club, you had to like do speeches or whatever. So when I would do speeches, I would typically use past tense and present tense wrong. So I guess I would say was when I was supposed no, I would say seen when I was supposed to say saw. So I'll be talking and then they will say, oh, like this is what you're supposed to say, or that was what you're supposed to say. And they would be looking at me. And then my senior year of college, I had this one professor that was looking at my writing like, girl, this is not a senior writing. And I was like, well, look, I'm about to graduate, so it does not matter. So, yeah. But that's the thing. High school kids could get Grammarly now. If I could have had Grammarly at the beginning of college, I feel like that would have helped a lot. But that's why I know it's only going to be worse. It's only going to be worse. This one college professor was posting some of the things her students were writing in their essays, and the essays was giving illiterate. Like it was giving a little illiterate. And I was like, yes, these we're getting accepted to college not knowing basic grammar. And you can't you can't get somebody up to speed. Like in somebody's 4 years of college, that might take them the 4 years to get up to speed. You know? So college professors are gonna know that you're gonna have what the product of K through 12 is, and it's failing. It's failing. And I'm somewhat I like given conversation, like if I'm seeing things used in conversation, in media, in books, then I'll be able to pick it up. So that's usually why I'm able to better my vocabulary. I can't just better my vocabulary on my own. I have to constantly be bombarded with those new words. So if I'm seeing new words from my professor, I will never forget. When I was in high school, we was learning something and my teacher said the word indigenous. And I was like, what does indigenous mean? And she was like, oh, it just means like someone native to the land. And after that, it stuck. Like after that, I just know what indigenous is. And I love using the word indigenous. And nowadays, we use the word indigenous a lot. But you just need to be introduced to certain things in a tangible way for it to stick. And a lot of times, they're just expecting you to read something on your own and learn it. And it's like, no, we need like robust things. Did you get an advanced regents diploma? No, because I think there were like two or three regents that I knew I wasn't, but I didn't care to take it. Like I didn't get chemistry. I failed chemistry, and I failed it by 1 point. I think I needed a 65. I got a 64, but I was impressed. And then if I would have gotten an advanced regents diploma, it literally wouldn't have mattered because I didn't go to any New York City school. Um, there was a word I recently learned that I kind of like. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I feel like people just need to teach us better and they don't really teach us better. They just be expecting us all to learn the same way and it's like we don't learn like that. Vocab, I feel like it's just easier to learn if you're hearing it used a lot. Like if you're trying to learn words that nobody around you actually uses, like to me that's like impossible. Exactly. They don't pay teachers well to cater to us. Cuz in general, in our neighborhoods, we should have a variety of schools for a variety of ways we learn. Like we shouldn't have schools that teach everybody the same way. You should have one school for people who learn one way, other schools and they're all teaching the same thing but in different ways. And then it's funny because now like so I used to do GED tutoring when I was in college with some kids at a like a local school. And when I was doing the GED tutoring, I didn't even need any training. Like it was so easy to like start tutoring them on the questions. So it's like you see how like once you go through a bunch of other stuff, you end up other things are like easier for you later on. So it's like it's ridiculous when you're forcing people to take a GED as soon as possible before they've really obtained things and you just have people guessing until you wait to let somebody take a test when they've clearly have learned so much that the test is going to be light work. Like it's just ridiculous having us take tests when it's going to be like an impossible journey. Like so it's one of those things where like some of the things that I was tutoring, it was hard to really tutor it because it was certain things that she'll just learn over time after a bunch of practice, if that makes sense. So sometimes they be trying to get you to take tests that are way too quick. Yeah, college board is like a whole business. College board is predatory as well. But some colleges are SAT optional and stuff, but yeah, I took the SATs 4 times, and then the scores change. One minute the SAT is out of 2,400, now it's out of, like, 1,200 or something, like, how about it be out of nothing? Yeah, it's like, even when you're not American, of course, these things are gonna go over your head, but some of y'all are saying some stuff from other states that I've never heard of. It's funny because, like, if you're from New York, you're gonna say regents really casually, but nobody else knows what that is. And then in other states, people be saying whatever their standardized test is, and it's like, excuse me, I have never heard of that in my life. The FCAT, I know the FCAT because I was in Florida for a few years, so I took the FCAT, and they make it a whole thing. They be like, "I'm strong enough to fight the FCAT," like when you're in like elementary school. Because I took you take that in elementary school. Don't you take that every year to go to the next grade or something? And they'll put like a shirt like the F cat is just a cat. Like they'll be so corny. Georgia was called C-stat. What? Like every state having their own little acronym is ridiculous. Exactly, like these tests do not even be like really proving whether or not you're gonna be doing good in college. Not is AZ Arizona? Demita, you in Arizona? Not random. That's random. Thoughts on Lady Gaga? I have no thoughts on Lady Gaga. You're in college for the work study job. Girl, is that work study job even giving you 20K a year? Niles, I would have just clicked end if you hadn't said anything. Arizona is hot. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you over there dying. You in hell. This is my thing. I feel like so many people be having so many misconceptions about college. Like you really be thinking you going to college for something, and it's all propaganda. It's false. Yes, it's been 4 hours. Honestly, when I'm on live, I be forgetting I'm hungry. I could make some soup. I have some noodles. Some noodles here. I could do that. I could definitely do that and put some sausage in it. Yeah, I'm about to do that. If I had some egg, I would also put some egg, but I ran out of egg. That's what I actually need to do. I need to go grocery shopping. Wait, Hariana, did you just comment? Because I'm about to end this. It's been 4 hours. Oh yeah, you just came. The monkeypox. Yes, we were talking about monkeypox. Get you some gloves if you be out. And then monkeypox is could also mutate with COVID, and we could have COVID pox. So it's getting real. It's getting real. I'm done. I haven't been in denial for a minute, but if I had any less denial left in me, I'm not in it. Okay? Okay, okay. Cuz I didn't want to end it when you just started, when you just came. Yes, COVID pox. And so, I don't think any of y'all going to have it. Not biracial COVID. I don't think any of y'all going to have it, but your friends might have it if you have reckless friends out here. This said, I left work, came home, watched 2 episodes, and you still here. I'm not gonna be coming on here giving y'all daily monkeypox updates. I'm gonna just be coming on here to make sure y'all got y'all PPE because this is no joke. And it's funny because I even be having friends who are nurses or in medical school, and they don't even be wearing a mask. And I'm like, the people who learn in medicine and be working at hospitals don't even be wearing a mask. And some people are just fine with getting sick. Some people are fine with getting sick. And that's just on period. And I'm not fine with it. Yes, if anybody needs to sponsor me, it needs to be bona fide masks. It needs to be a glove company. Microband do be. I've seen somebody be sponsored by them, so I might reach out to them like sponsor me because I take it serious. A hand sanitizer place needs to sponsor me. A bookstore, I would love for a bookstore to sponsor me and give me books and tell me to promote it. You know, a few people who are pharmacists and don't believe in the vaccine. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I'm like a little confused. I don't understand how they don't believe in the vaccine now. Like, did they believe in vaccines before? Yeah, masks are expensive and they're not even sold like that. That is very true. Um, and I mean, I would try to be one of those girls who like buy masks and send them out, but to be honest, it don't even be giving like that. So that's honestly hard work to do. What? How do you have a master's degree in public health and think the booster shot will turn you into a zombie? Like, do they not like care about those of us who are proof that if you get the vaccine, you will not turn into a zombie? I think side effects from a vaccine are less likely than birth control. I bet you side effects from the vaccine are less likely to give you any side effects than it is using lace glue. I feel like using boho has more side effects than the vaccine. It's like when people be running to try any I bet you getting the wrong CMOS from somebody could give you more side effects than the vaccine. That's how it be. It's like all these other things would literally give you more side effects than the vaccine. Having sex the way people do without even no sexual health will give you more side effects than the vaccine. Like people be participating in very getting COVID will give you more side effects than the vaccine. I'm so confused. That's why I'm so confused. You literally can there the odds are higher of you getting long COVID than side effects from the vaccine. And blaming Facebook is perfectly fine because so many social media accounts are used to spread this false information because they don't mind y'all having this false information that leads to killing people or like getting you sick and disabled. They're perfectly fine with that. Nicki Minaj, famous Nicki Minaj, tweeted to 40 million plus people to be safe or do your research because people are getting swollen balls. Sweetheart, he got an STD for cheating. Stop. Nicki Minaj talking about, oh, the vaccine, do your research, but she's bringing her baby to packed events. I don't get it. I don't get these celebrities with babies bringing their babies out in public with no mask. These celebrities, oh, my baby, but will go to packed events and go back home and kiss their baby. I don't get it. Imagine Papa Bear really his name. I know it's just a nickname, but that'd be funny if she named him that. I mean, the type of people who tweet about swollen balls being a side effect of a vaccine is the type of person to name their baby Papa Bear. Like the viruses out here are so bad that if you go out in a packed area with no mask, you need to social distance from your baby for until you test negative. And they're not doing that. They're not doing that because that will make too much sense. That's the thing. I have no idea why celebrities really do name their babies these weird names. Like, why did Cardi B name her son Wave? Like, Cardi B, you're from the Bronx. Why are you naming your babies Culture and Wave? Be normal. Be normal. But I mean, her name is Belcalis. But Belcalis is still like a name, you know? It's still like a name. Hennessy is a bit much, but Hennessy, if Hennessy wasn't a liquor, it would be cute. So I don't understand. Like it's all people. Like Blue Ivy is not too much. I mean, people name their babies colors, but Sir. I mean, there is that artist Sir, but it's a little weird. Sir Carter. Stormy is not cute. Stormy is cute. I'm not calling a 30-year-old Stormy. You're getting Storm. You're getting Storm. Storm would have been somewhat okay. I'm not calling you Stormy. I'm not your mom. I'm your friend. I'm your grown adult friend. You're going to grow out of that name. North is a cute name because it's like North Chicago. Chicago's normal. What's that? What's the boy's name? Psalm. What's the other boy name? Saint. Saint is a little bit much. I mean, it gives celebrity. If I'm gonna call anybody Saint, it might as well be somebody rich. Um, yeah, Nick Cannon was dragging it. Nick Cannon was running out of ideas. Wolf is not a cute name for a human being because maybe as a last name, but a first name, no. Psalm, yeah, no. Like, come on. Just name him Joseph, name him something from the Bible, like everybody else. Just be regular. Like, these are gonna be regular human beings. They probably never gonna have to have a job, depending on the future economy. But come on. I don't know. Dream is one of those names where you kind of get used to it. I think you'd get used to it. Like, if you call somebody Dream a lot, it probably wouldn't be weird after a while. But that's the thing. Like, you don't even, I just don't get, like, it's really something in the Kool-Aid that really makes them feel like they have to name their babies these ridiculous names. Like, just name them Joseph, Richard, like, I don't know, whatever. Sky is pretty normal. There's a few skies. And then the thing is, a lot of them, like when you think about the Kardashians, you have Kim, Courtney, Chloe, normal names. Robert, normal. And look at y'all. Y'all got famous off these normal names. Like it just doesn't make any sense. And it don't even be that unique because they don't really even be coming up with something that nobody has. Like Beyonce being her first name, even though it was in her family before, that is a very unique name. And it's even kind of ghetto, if you will, if you were to like use the word ghetto equally. Because people only like to act like Chandria is ghetto, but like Beyonce is a bit ghetto. Um, but a lot of these things have like origins in different places. Like, you know, Tinashe's name is like what, Zimbabwean or something. So Calandria, yeah, that's a nice name. Solange is really nice. Like I feel like Solange is very unique. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like we've been on live all this time and we haven't seen Kayla. She's not coming back. We're only gonna get other Kaylas. Kayla Higgs is a normal Kayla. She's not the scammer Kayla. I like Hunter. I wouldn't name my kid Hunter, but I like it. And I feel like we don't even. I've never even met a hunter though that probably wasn't white. So I feel like some people be trying to name their kid Hunter or Chase, and I'm like, in a few years from now, that's gonna be the first time many of us are meeting black hunters and chases because I don't really know too many black people with that name. Y'all wasn't here last time for that Kayla situation, so I don't know what to tell y'all. It's too long of a story. Gwen is like a normal name. Chase is the new money name. When you got some new money, you naming your son Chase. Hunter is if you don't got new money, but you still might be broke, but you trying to be different. You trying to make sure you let people know like I'm not a ghetto baby mom. So you name him Hunter. And then new money, people gonna name their son Chase. And there's another name. Am I forgetting? Hunter Chase. Is there another one? I feel like it started with a C. I can't remember. That's why I could tell like some parents really didn't really want kids like that because they were just naming their kids like generic names like Bob. Like imagine you push a child out and you're like, yeah, Bob. Like what?